advertising. We do our own. That's why you see promo codes, 1-800 numbers. I started tracking every individual spot because we don't brand. I said if that spot needs to either break even or make a little bit. So by bringing it all in-house, we were able to recover from that and get to where we are today, where we've sold over 80 million My Pillows.
What? That's a lot of pillows.
I'll be right back. surprised. That is amazing.
I'm so confused about the no bank thing. Do you use a bank now or never?
Well, you had to know I didn't borrow from a bank. I didn't borrow from the bank.
Oh, but you have a bank account.
Yeah, you have a bank.
Oh,
Everything's got to go through a bank. You have a bank account.
That's what
What I mean is I didn't, back then, you know, the banks wouldn't borrow me a bunch of money. What I mean is I didn't use the bank for a credit line. So you have vendors, you buy your product from or your parts to make your pillows, like your fabric. So they give you like 30 or 40 day credit, or 30 or 60 day credit. So then you make your products and then you sell them and then you're.
I got it.
So it's like any business.
Mike, I want to ask you a question. I've also smoked crack, so I feel like I can empathize in a bit. But I do want to say, I wonder, you had this tremendous energy, this tremendous drive when you were making the My Pillow business, the My Pillow franchise. Do you think that smoking crack helped give you the energy and motivation you needed at the time?
No, because if you did crack, then you also did cocaine. Have you done both?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, cocaine's a different animal than crack.
Right.
Crack cocaine, it's very paranoid. It's not a social drug. You peek out windows. You can do anything on crack other than be paranoid.
So can I ask you, why did you transition?
So hold on.
Go ahead.
So back then, addiction affects everybody, not just people that are destitute in the street. I was a very functioning addict before crack addiction with cocaine, alcohol, and everything. Just a functioning addict, and did that give me energy? I probably have more energy now than I did back, you know.
Yeah. But what? So I understand that you started with cocaine and then transitioned to crack. Well, that was what caused that transition?
Yeah, it was one fateful night in around the year 2000, and I was a cocaine addict for a couple decades, and also gambler, alcoholic. But there wasn't any cocaine, and all they had was crack. It might have been something like that. I don't even remember the first time, but it was somewhere around 2000. And crack takes you down so fast, and it was. I owned a bar then. I was always an entrepreneur, and I had a bar. Like I say, crack cocaine is not a social drug. You get paranoid, you tweak out windows.
Right.
And so I couldn't, it was very hard for me to run a bar then.
Sure.
Because on crack, you can't take you down. You'd want to stay away from people. Crack's not, you know.
I got to say, it sounds like you probably had some crazy nights, though, doing all that. Like, you probably had some, like, memorable nights.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I think back now, and all I can think is the bad, how it destroyed all my friends, and you think of the destruction.
Right.
If I go back to, I kind of think, if you had these other addictions where I was a functioning addict, maybe it took crack because I couldn't control that.
Right.
You can't control. So maybe it was, you look back, maybe it was a blessing that, hey, you think you can control these drugs? How about this one?
Right, God. And when did you find?
God,
when did you find God? At what point during your journey did you, or were you always a Christian, a good Christian?
I was always pursuing God. My friends and I, after the bars would close, we'd be doing, maybe doing drugs or drinking, whatever, and I'd be telling him about Revelation that I read when I was in jail in the Bible. I would always read the jail. I'd say, God, get me out of this, and I'll never do this again.
Let's do it.
I would sit there and tell them about God and the Bible, and they would find the Lord, and we'd quit everything. And my friends are going, Mike, we're losing friends. I'm going, it was me trying to convince myself. Then you've seen me on TV, and when I quit everything on January 16, 2009. I thought that was the day I was a complete born-again Christian, but it was such a different life that from being free to these addictions that I thought it was that day. Well, actually, it wasn't until February 18th of 2017 that I gave my life completely to Jesus Christ.
You're very good with dates. I've noticed you have these very specific dates. How do you remember the specific date like that? My brain doesn't work that way.
Well, you remember dates that change your life, like the day you quit everything or the day you found our Lord Jesus Christ.
Is there any other dates that you recall that have that level of impact in your life?
Oh, that's way better.
Oh, I don't know. You got, people's birthdays.
Birthdays.
When you get married and things like that.
So we have your.
I remember those 2 dates. I remember.
So hold on one sec. So we have. Are you married?
Yes.
So your wife's birthday is a good date to remember, and then also is the anniversary also a good date to remember?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. And birthdays.
All right.
Any dates that that you think. I mean, I can remember when you have a complete lifestyle change, you're going to remember January 16, 2000.
Yeah.
But I quit everything.
Is that like maybe you might say it's like your personal 9/11? And I don't mean to compare it, but just how the date, we remember the date. I go, 9/11, I remember. So maybe it's like that.
You probably remember where you were when it happened, too.
Of course. How could I forget?
That's it. Things like that. But I'm very good with numbers. I took calculus in 8th grade or 9th grade. So, I mean, I used to be a professional card counter. I mean, that was another thing.
Right. So, go fast forward to today with your incredible story. Now, I hate to see what's happening to you in the midst of all these people trying to attack you, trying to sue you. I saw that you are having like clearance sales on some of your factories, selling off some of the extra goods, and I absolutely hate to see that. I don't know, has God abandoned you? Where is God? Because he's
what is this stupid fucking call?
Place.
I don't want to hear about this.
I don't know why he would leave you in this.
He
didn't leave me. Absolutely not. What happened was, as
what
you all
the
know,
fuck? So fucking dumb.
I was the media's a darling, and the media started attacking me after I met Donald Trump in the summer of 2016. I had never voted in my life. Right. He invited me to meet him on August 15, 2016, and I walked in there.
That's another date we remember.
Yeah, because I remember it's significant because you don't not get invited by a presidential candidate. And he invited me in there and asked me, you make everything in the U.S. He had all these questions for me. And I said, yeah, how's that working out? I'm going to bring the manufacturing back. And then I told him about it. It was just him and I. And I said, I used to be a crack addict. And I set up this Lindell Recovery Network to help addicts for free. And he said, well, I'm going to stop the drugs pouring in. And it was just a meeting. I left there. He had no agenda other than to find out about manufacturing in the U.S. I left there. I talked to his employees, a lot of them. And I came back to Minnesota, and every one of his employees said, wow, he's a good boss, good man. And he says what he says. He says what he says. He's helped him out individually. Yeah. And so I went back to Minnesota, and I did a press release saying, hey, I met Donald Trump. And then the media attacked me. I didn't even say what we talked about.
See, that's
they
not
started
right.
attacking then. But in 2020, when I was given evidence in January.
Do you recall the date?
In January?
Of whatever this day was in 2020?
January 9th. When
please. How does he know this?
In November and December of 2020, I knew there was something very strange with the elections because I did my own investigation, and every county had people that voted in that county or state that didn't live there. And people are genuinely good people. I couldn't see them marching across and let's go vote for Donald Trump or let's go vote for Biden in another state. Okay. Mm-hmm. So when I was given my evidence on January 9th, it was computer.
Maybe I should try to turn off my ADHD and maybe just focus on the game, huh? Let's see if I can do that for one night. See how it goes for my climbing as well. So I have this thing that's scaling permanent health every time I kill an enemy. Start with 100 bonus health. I got the Renekton 2 already. I got Sherma, so maybe I should just full send this, try to buff the fuck out of this guy. Get the stone plate on him, see if that will maybe survive me. Oh, heal, yes. Oh, the stone plate. Stone plate saved me. Stone plate actually turned the tides for me. Come on, can I do this? No, don't kill my fucking... Oh, the Jin's gonna kill me, never mind. Stone plate didn't do anything. That's okay. He leveled up before. It's unfortunate. So... Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? Or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 6. Anyone else have Shurmar Demacia? No one's got Demacia. Yeah, Renekton, you're going hard, bro. Doesn't matter, this guy's level 4. Everyone just levels up off the bat, huh? I guess we're doing that. Get the interest gold. Shurmur, Bruiser, or an Invoker. Kind of unfortunate. I didn't prepare for that. It's gonna be better to put in. I want them all to focus Renekton for the Gargoyle Stone Plate. I want him to be able to do damage. Oh, didn't work out the way I thought it would. Heal, Renekton, heal. I actually don't want to win because I want to lose streak. And I don't think I will. Dash is strong as fuck. Yeah, because I'm getting an extra +1 gold from the lost streak. So I want to keep riding that. Just maximize that income. Okay, what do I want here? Oh, fuck. Card Breaker, Morello's, Redemption. Redemption's what I want. Try to tank the fuck out of this guy. I'm gonna have to transfer it to Nasus eventually, but... Okay. Artifact. Ooh. '40 armor, 40 magic miss, and 240 health versus stunned. Oh, that's too good. Oh, I could have had 4 Shurma. Fuck. I'm not paying attention. Okay, this guy should be unkillable right now. This guy needs to fucking die. Don't kill him. Jogath, don't do it. Oh, he didn't do it. Oh, this is huge. Okay, I'll hold on to this, hold on to this. These people are more well protected, probably behind the Renekton, because anything shooting from here will go diagonally. And it will just ensure that no one will target from across that way. Yeah, he just keeps stacking up the armor. He's got 124 armor, 125. A lot of health. He keeps healing from Redemption and the Shurima. That's huge. And he gives me extra 2 gold around. That's also huge. I really want Renekton 3 to snowball with it, but I don't know if I'll get that. In case I sell for gold, I wanted to take the Milio off. 7 to 8, 39. Give me some gold? Nope. What did I just sell on accident? I think I sold a Renekton on accident. Fuck. Okay. Maybe not, never mind. So this way, I'll have him in the middle. This thing stuns? That's huge. I'll do that. Do I want to start leveling here, or do I want to try to get the Renekton? Who else has got Renekton? He just doesn't take damage. Even with the anti-heal, doesn't matter. He doesn't have any attack damage on him. Milio goes hard too. Oh, and I have, wait. Oh, that wasn't me. Wait, oh. For an arm range is 1 of 5 unique radiant items. Oh, fuck. Oh. Honestly, let's do that. Okay, that was huge. Got upgrades for all my dudes. Let's have Milio do some more damage here. I could have put this on whatever her name is, Cassiopeia, but I would want to put this on someone else later. I'm probably going to sell this guy. Okay. Yeah, Milio's going crazy with that. Plus 50 ability bar, yeah. I think I start leveling now. Level 5 sucks. That means this guy's got Shurima Bruiser, he's got Renekton. Only has 3 of them. This guy's got 1 Renekton. This guy's got 4 Ionia, 2 Aurelia. Okay. The anti-heals really inhibits the strength of Renekton here, but he should still be super tanky. So hopefully Milio can go crazy long enough. Or fast enough. Okay, yeah. Huge. And I need to get the extra gold sack before he dies from Nectin too, just for income. I'm at 50 gold now, so I got interest, but Invoker thing really helps. What I want now with this, I don't fucking know. I need recurve bows. Well, I can't get that then. A tier or giant spell or all I get is a sword, unfortunately. I'll take a Talia just because I can already have one. That guy's 100. I need to take him out. Hopefully I will. Hopefully he doesn't take my win streak out. Oh, it's my level up. I have to put something in here. Sherma, Bruiser. Wait, Ixtal. Duh. I should have put Talia instead of Cassiopeia, but whatever. Oh yeah, this is the guy, so good thing hopefully I can beat this guy. I do have good CC. Renekton needs to keep healing. Oh no, too much damage. Come on, guys. You can do it. Do it, Milio. Kill the Graves. Yes. Oh, the Ash is too strong. Way too strong. Yes. Oh, the dogs are going crazy. Yo. The Darkin. Holy shit. I gotta pick up Fjorix. That's really good. I'm trying to look at a build here to figure out what I'm gonna doing. Okay, I don't know why I have these. Nice. Oh, I should have swapped the Talia. Nice. Unbeatable. Oh, I think I need to level. Like I don't know. I need to start getting the 4-cost dudes. So I need to level up quickly, and I also need to be able to stay win streaking. I can't roll down for much anymore. I'm not gonna get Renekton. So unless I'm going for tier 3 units, so might as well level to 7. Try to get my Bruiser in there or something. I don't care if it's not perfect. Okay, oh, why do I have so many swords though? It's kind of fucked. Okay, let's do this first of all. This is gonna have to get transferred, so what do I want on Azir? Yeah, I want this. Giant Slayer is kind of mid, but I don't have many other options here. I can do 2 Death Blades on someone. You know what, fuck it, let's just give this to Nefiri. Just for the strength of it. This guy's not gonna win. He tried, but he's not. I'm way too strong. The static shiv is huge. Milio's just going crazy. The Ixtal's hugely strong. 3 second stun. Change that board permanent. If you have 3 more units in the same row at the start of combat, they all gain. That's not that good. 250. I'm not doing that. That's huge. I'm doing that for sure. Okay. Oh. What am I gonna get rid of here? Fuck. I can't really put this in until I get 6 Sherma and replace Ixtal. So I'm gonna wait on that. Okay. I actually lose. Maybe not. No, I lost. This guy's got hell way too much magic damage. Damn. Well, that's okay, I guess. Okay. Two, three, four, five, six, seven. 3 Demacia. Oh, with Jarvan, Sona. Okay, I'm not following that fucking guide anymore. This is my own comp now. I'm not doing the 3 Demacia shit. Let's go for Invokers maybe. Oh, I need to put these items on Nasus with the magnetic remover now. Well, looks like Azir's going pretty hard though. She'd Rage Blade, honestly. I could go without Rage Blade and do Nashor's Tooth, but Rage Blade's better for sure. Nashor's Tooth combined with the blue buff means he'll get a lot of attack speed every time he casts, and he'll cast a lot with the blue buff. Fuck. There's nothing good here. Bloodthirster. Yeah. I'm not doing fucking Fiora. Okay, huge. Don't really want Bloodthirster. I might want to just send Giant Slayer, but it doesn't seem very good. Nasus, come on. Tank it up, bro. I need you. No, it's not happening. That now is stacking attack speed infinitely. Dang, I don't have enough damage to get through. I need anti-healing. He's got crazy healing. I need anti-healing. It's really the issue. What am I looking for? Just another Azir, I guess. He's already got a decent amount of Omnifam, so. I think I'm holding my items for too long. At this point in the game, I should just try to be strong. Ah, too late now. I can take the damage, I guess. Trying to go for scaling. Nasus is not able to tank it. Like, oh my god. Not even remotely. That magic damage goes crazy. He doesn't have... I mean, he got stone plate. Challenger, strategist. Whoa. Gotta get that. Huge, huge. That's exactly what I was looking for. I rolled down just for that. Okay. Interesting. What do I want to do with this? 30% Sunder. Stone Plate, Bloodthirst, Tear of the Night. Sunfire Cape. That's what I really need. I need the anti-heal. Put this on. Fucking Nefiri, that's the name. Just because 3-star can be pretty strong, I guess. Ooh. Okay, Azir's doing things, he's stunned. Azir's not doing things, Azir's doing things again. Oh, huge. So if I level up, level 8, I can get Strategist. It's just for that, I mean, it's okay, I guess. Could go for Darken, 2 Darken with Aatrox. And then maybe Freljord, I don't know. I might as well just send it with that item. The anti-healing from Sejuani should be helpful. Yeah, come on, Azir, break through the tank. Fuck him up the backline quick. Oh, it was close. Just took too long to kill their tank. I think I need to level now. I don't have anything else to roll for except like Renekton or maybe Talia, but I need to roll really. I mean, I need to level up really so I can get an Aatrox maybe, or I can get... I wonder how this works. After casting someone... Yeah, so when they die, the weapons as near granting them the weapon's power. I wonder if the damage of the power is based on Nefiri's items, even when Nefiri is dead. I wonder that. Oh, that was insane damage, though. Yeah, fuck him up, Nefiri. You're going crazy with that. Oh. Actually going crazy. Wow. That guy, maybe he was just really weak, honestly. Made him look weaker than he... Made my team look better than it is. Ooh, Juggernaut's good. Vanquisher is mid. So I want the Juggernaut, or I want Aatrox, or I want Challenger Emblem. Or the... Oh, fuck. Give me the Juggernaut Emblem. Huge. Give that to Sejuani. That's fine, I guess. I'll do something like this. Juggernaut on you. Level up. Fuck it. We're doing that. Okay, that worked out pretty well. Holy shit. Do I want to keep? I'll keep holding on to that. Fuck it. Wow. One more Renekton, one more Talia. Should I continue to roll? Nah, I'll wait. Oh, next round's NPC round. I'll just hope that I win this. I think I should be fine. Keep my Azir protected. Siphon some attention away from Nasus for a minute. Allow him to get stronger. Allow Nefiri to go hard. This person doesn't matter, so it's not in a very defended position. Oh shit, okay. They're just getting melted. Who is this? Yeah, it's just level 3, really, it's just not strong enough tank anymore. Yeah, that guy's getting wrecked. Having the extra Evoker emblem, 5 mana to all people every 3 seconds, huge. I don't need to roll, because it's NPC round. Oh, I'm getting the endurance training too. I forgot about that. We're probably getting hella bonus health from that. Neck remover, really. That's very nice. What do I want? What do I want? Nashor's Tooth is good, but I don't really need that. Even Trout is good. Oh. I think I do that. For Nefiri. What is this guy melting my dude or something? Like, what the fuck is that about? Oh, Sejuani didn't get to use her ability. Oh, the stun. What's causing the stun? Apply permafrost. Oh, and he got a double rise. That's why. Man, that's crazy. Maybe. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe this. Maybe this. This is huge. Okay, maybe then I do that. No, I gotta do this. Maybe I do that. I should do that. Maybe. Maybe it's a terrible idea. We'll see. I don't think so, actually. I think this is good. Because it isolates Azir from getting AoE. And it still empowers Nefiri. Then eventually people will still go to Nasus. Oh no. That fucking... What's his name coming for me? Scion. Oh fuck, I'm about to die just like that. Okay, then what am I gonna do? 60, 72, 76, 80, 83. I don't even have enough to level up. Huh. I'll try that. Fuck Talia. This guy will maybe will do something. Send someone out of the game? Yeah, just like that. That's what I was looking for. Gonna launch someone out. Yes, launch out their fucking Aurelia. That's huge for me. That was way better than anything Talia could have done. Just a single level 1 Cassante. Okay, I need a spatula. I need. Oh, do I need a spatula? Won't do anything. Ionia? Fucking. What the fuck do I get here? I guess the Infinity Edge. Oh, fuck. I'm so. Okay, I gotta try to level up. And I'll put in this to buff Nefiri, perhaps. Cassante going in. This person does this, this will go to someone over here. She can do whatever there, it's not going to do anything anyway. That seems fine. Oh, I should have connected over here for more healing, but whatever. Hopefully this guy charges to Cassiopeia. Yeah, that's huge. Oh shit, that guy got wiped out. I need the Nyla to go on Nasus, not on Azir, and I need Azir to go clutch up. Oh, there's no way. He's way too strong. Okay, well, hey. Give me second place, maybe? No, is this guy going to win to me or lose to me? Oh, if I would have beaten this guy, that's unfortunate. I think I am. I do beat this guy. That means I should be getting second, but I did. Okay. That's pretty good. Second place, I'll take it. Third night LP, gold 1. Okay. Third night LP, gold 1. Okay. Whew. I want to get the diamond TFT. Why does it say, oh, my demotion shield is expiring on gold 4? Okay, I don't care. Wait a minute, what's my main account? Oh, wait a minute. TFT unranked, oh, okay. Platinum 2, okay. Representative of something called Destiny contacted me. He never got back. Supposed to be paid. Shmuley Baptiste. This fanatic guy is delusional. Oh my god. Why the fuck do you put chains on your tire? The fuck's the point of that? When you buy XP, get bonus XP. Component. Fuck this sub, that was terrible. That's what I want. Stop with distractions, focus on the game. Okay. Okay. An interesting start here. Got some dark and sharp challenger. Some good, interesting starting units. Let's see here. Let's go with that for now. Looking for Oyo, not looking for Zon. These are both juggernauts. That's kind of huge. If I get like a Irelia. Oh, I could put in a Fury, Warwick set, and fucking what's it called? Actually, give me this Warwick. Yeah, 2 Challenger, 2 Sherma, and then I can add in the Juggernaut. Ixtal, what's Ixtal? Each time, well, I mean, Ixtal's still pretty strong, especially. And just always strong. With the stunned. I want the Renekton. Of course. Bastion Emblem, Sunfire Cape, and a Terror. That's pretty interesting. You 1 gold per round when you level up, you get a number of free shot refresh. Honestly, that feels pretty consistently strong. Ixtal. Maybe we'll do that. And we'll do this, I guess. The fuck? Do I want that? Do I want this? Do I want this? Probably want that. I need an Fury to cast their ability to stun the Swain. Fury's not very good for the Ixtal emblem, I realize. It's not AoE, it's just single target. But everyone else already had a stun, so it seemed like the only option. Stun him! Oh, it didn't stun. Give me that. I can do that, that's better. That's way better. Double Invoker. Okay. I need to close my window, it's way too fucking cold. Sure, I'm a multicaster. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna do that. Each time, whenever enemies knocked up are backed by anything towards them. Deal 2 current target and knock them up, stunning them. Okay, I mean, it's not bad. Stunning and knocking up the first target hit for 1 point and all of it. Ooh, that triggers the Talia. Oh, maybe I should put Talia. Oh, I don't know. My next level up, I should put Talia in. I guess I'm doing Sherman again. I don't know. It just draws me in. Keep that Swain stun. Yeah, fuck that Swain. Pick up Misfortune just because. Oh. Wait, why'd I get that gold? Well, this feels like I have to use it now. Honestly, we'll do that. Even though he's already stunned, it'll still stun on the second ball, and it just will allow people to get stunned quicker, so my units can snowball in the fight. See, now the Malzahar not doing it. I mean, this one was won regardless, but micromanaging it, I suppose. I don't really need any of these dudes. I guess I'll pick this up, even though I don't even need Misfortune or want it, but whatever. Spatula's good. I also would like recurve bow, slip rod, tier. Oh, I already have a tier. I'll take that Aurelia. Otherwise, I'll take the Rek'Sai. Okay, give me the Rek'Sai then. Anyone else have Sherma? That's a good question. No. No, this guy's got some Sherma. 2 Sherma. He's got bruisers. He's going for void angle. Or bruiser angle in general. This guy's got 2 invokers, 2 sorcerer. I can't see what we're fighting, it's too complicated. Oh shit, that Cho'Gath damage fucked me up. And the Fury's not gonna do a whole lot here. Yeah, that guy's really strong. Super tanky. 4 bruisers. Redemption, he's got that. Ionic Spark, the Cho'Gath. Oh. Yeah. Oh, that's from Shopping Spree, I see. Noxus, Ionia, Sorcerer, Bastion. Wow, 4. Oh my god, he's got a freaking Azir. You better switch that out for something. That's mine. That out for something. That's mine. This Swain could be an issue with fucking Samira making my Renekton become weak as fuck. Oh, Samira's so strong with the armor reduction over time. It's just stacking armor reduction 12 every time. Okay, we're putting Talia in, I guess. Oh, fuck. Whatever. They still got a Renekton, never mind, it's fine. Don't need that. Okay, that gave me my interest. These are not the items I'm looking for, but it is what it is. I'm gonna have to stay on the loss streak, I guess, while I get to 50 gold. It's just one of those things. I want Rage Blade. Jungle, it's not doing much. Guard Breaker, Justice Night Harvester. No point in putting Sunfire Cape on him when I'm already over. This guy's got the fucking Absolution. Closer to getting Kiana 2 than Renekton 3, but I want to stay at 40 gold. Huh. That feels pretty good. Oh, I can go with the meta comp now. Demacia. Demacia. But I'm gonna keep my interest. Everyone else have 50 gold? This person does, this person does, this person does. Yeah, I didn't have that great of a run. A roll, I mean, like not a high roll. So it took me longer to get to 50 gold. And I'm not great on health, but if I get 4 Sherm, I can get a 5th one in. Get Sherma Jarvan. That'll be huge. That's gonna hurt though. 13. Yikes. Wait, I should do that. Okay. Duh, what the fuck am I even thinking? Okay, whatever. I need to get level 6. Damn, Darius. Chomped the fuck out of my Renekton, but he's still kicking. He's alive. Doing his thing. Okay, I actually got one. Locked in. It's gotta be starting my win streak then. Gotta level up, gotta throw someone in. So I need like a bow, I need a giant spell, more bow, tier bow. Oh fuck. Just anything with the bow really. If I don't get that then... Oh fuck, here, I take this one then. So I still need Rage Blade on his ear, it's like the most important item, and I also need Static Shiv and Nashor Sticks, which are all recurve bow items. Right, that's what I was doing. Okay, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do here? I can put my Azir items on Milio for now, I guess. I'll do that. So Ionic Spark is huge. Makes all... Oh fuck, well it's not doing anything anymore, but... Oh, whatever. This is a super tanky guy. He's fucking me up. Yeah. So I'm looking for Jarvan, Sona. Need to get to level 7, honestly. This guy can be no problem. That's good. gonna start leveling up. 14, 18, 22, 26, 30, 34, 38. Maybe I shouldn't fully level. I'll just slow level to 7. So I get it not the next round, but the round after that. And still have good 50 gold. Yeah, I can take the hit. Challenger, Sorcerer. I can make a Sherm emblem? Oh. I can go for 9 Sherma? Whoa. Wasn't expecting that. It's static shift. Even though I already have Ionic Spark, it's still decent. Oh, fuck. That Fior's going crazy. Yeah. Allies that started combat in an elemental hex heal for 15%. I don't need that. Ooh, give me the fucking artifact. That's what I want. Oh, I didn't even look at it. You know? Plus, the wrong person. Tally is not good enough. Oh, god damn it. Now I'm actually endangering myself because I leveled. I need to fucking roll. I need to get the items the dudes I'm looking for. Fuck. And I need it quick. I'm gonna have to roll down. I'm playing way too greedy with my economy. Oh fuck. Give me Jarvan. Give me this. Yes. Jarvan. Huge. 6 Sherm. I got this. I got the. This can go instead. Okay. What I want this on? You for now. Hopefully this is enough. Oh, I'm so fucked. He's too fucking strong for me. That Cho'Gath's got fucking 3,400 health. Oh, I'm gonna have to roll down all the way on this round, huh? No, but I need level 7 for 3 Demacia. Oh. Give me what I'm looking for. Oh, I need that fucking Milio. No! Okay, I'll take the rise. Won't do anything with the spatula though. I need a tankier item, but I don't have any of those. Fuck, why did I just sell him? Oh, I'm just actually losing it. Sorcerer, Challenger, Vanquisher. Whoa. Come on. Should be good for something. No, it's not good for shit. Oh wait, it is good for something. I'm alive. Maybe I'm alive. No, I'm not. Ah, damn, I went so wrong that game. I guess I forced Sherma. And it wasn't working. I don't know. That was rough. Minus 31, damn. Culper's overheating for the failed electric water pump. Does Gen 4 Prius have electric water pump? Damn, Norman Finkelstein. Damn. Fucking hell. Oh, what the fuck? This mouse pad just got knocked over and knocked over my fucking bong water everywhere. Oh, fuck hell. That's not good. Not good at all. Void or Demacia? Ooh, I gotta Sonos, I'm putting this in. Oh, I'm gonna have to pour some bong water from this. I have to look up how to multi-stream on OBS, honestly. It's really important. But I can't do that now because I'm in a game. Oh. 2 Ixtal. Uncharged one healing with 30% max health. Oh, it's not bad.
This place could use some reshaping.
Okay, strike. That's huge. That's also huge. That's also huge. I think that's the best thing I can get right now. Guess I want that. Guess I don't want any of these items though. Huge shield from Kiana. Come on, Cal, you got this. You got this. You got the critical strike chance. Fuck yeah. One. Boom. 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 Just need Demacia though.
Where there is evil, I shall go. I carry my family with me.
Okay, let's see how this goes. My tank Kiana here. Oh, got the protective ice though. Got the protective ice. Going crazy. Yeah, fucking up. Fuck him up. Yeah. This is going perfect. I really need a bow. Rage blade on Kale here would be great. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Piltwater, Juggernaut, Piltover. Fuck, where's the Demacia at though, for real? This guy's only one Demacia, he's got Kale going here. Oh wait, I have Demacia right here. That means I need to do... I don't know if that's a good idea, but... Ouch. Yeah. Give me a bow. Give me a giant's belt. Yeah. The Giant Slayer's not good early, but I don't know, it is what it is. Kale just doesn't have the attack speed, unfortunately. Don't care about that. What is the Demacia comp anyway? Kale, Gallia. It's just Fiora, Demacia, Mordekaiser, I see.
Combined, these 100 wells are going to give around 500,000 people fresh water to drink. And after building...
Do I just sell these? Yeah, fuck it. I do. Fuck that. I don't need Cal 3 right now. I'm not gonna get it anytime soon. It's way worth it to stack up the money right now. And also do this. Sell.
Keep your enemies close and me closer.
Rather do it like this. Don't want either of these. I need, yeah.
Really love David. I still do. And I did that. And he was a wonderful friend. And the idea of making a video celebrating your friend's success is really exciting. But then when everything goes sideways, I still felt like, I don't know, journalistic I don't know, I felt a responsibility to see the movie through, but the story had changed. And the only way I could intellectually approach that honestly was to tell the truth of what was happening. And how I did that was I pulled myself out of the movie completely. And I just asked David the hard questions. I asked you the hard questions. I asked Natalie the hard questions. I tried to understand what happened. This article came out that was like unreal. I mean, the impact of that article is no more evident than what happened with David's YouTube channel and everything else that has happened since then. But I just tried to tell the truth of what transpired. And I know that that was the fact that I did that was very challenging for him to confront, which I understand. And like, it, had a huge impact on our friendship. We don't speak anymore. And that's, I understand that. I expected that, but it makes me feel weird. I've never had a person in my life that I've cared about or known as well as him that has, kind of divorced me like that. Not that I'm a victim. I was only chose to make.
Not that I'm a victim. Okay, chill. No one thought you were saying you were a victim, bro.
And we're just gonna put it on YouTube. Yeah, but does that even make fucking sense? Or like what?
In person.
No, because the reason is when you think about the bus and everybody comes right and they're shoulder good, and
that's really good.
It's like a big event. But they got motherfuckers flying from fucking Los Angeles, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Whoa.
That's so good.
And roll together like that, and it just makes no sense, man.
That's myth.
And look, who fucking showed up on time? Me, dude. I'm the fucking, I'm never, ever.
Whoa.
What? What, Malena? What? Hey! You're always yapping! Fucking Jesus Christ! Why don't you fucking close it for a second? What?
Oh my god. Damn.
Guess we're fighting.
Fuck, what did I put in here? Oh. Huge. I just need Mordekaiser in here now. Force Slayer 5 domestic. Oh, wait a minute. Ooh. This might be a comp. Oh, too bad Kale is just not attacking fast enough.
Last night we let the
Player
talk, even
Tonya Harding
was getting
hit on
by
Emmett Smith,
he said that her
Booty,
was so
Raven,
going
Bubba Booey,
even
Macaulay Culkin,
and
Urkel doing the Macarena, McFlurry, Mario Kart 64.
No. Fuck. Fuck. That's better. I need to level up, honestly. There's no point in being this low level if I don't get anything. Fuck. Come on, Kale, you can do it. Come on, yes. Fuck him up, come on, Sona. Yes. Huge.
I'm going to give you correct information, and sometimes my analysis off of that, my analysis will usually be sound. However, I might get something wrong. In most circumstances, I don't, and that's precisely the reason why these guys, after 2,000, 3,000 hours of footage, can only basically find 3 separate instances that they hammer over and over again. Think about that for a second. I've been covering breaking news / news in general and offering political commentary on it because I'm not a fucking journalist. I'm a Twitch streamer for 5 years now.
Okay, let's see if I can just put this guy in. Go Kale. Go Kale. Go Kale. You can do it. You can do it. Go Jarvan. You're insane. You're the man. That's pretty nice. It's not that important. Oh! Oh! Huge! Huge for fucking Mordekaiser. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna do this, do this. This is fine. I think this is good. Wait, maybe I should do that instead. Okay, that's better. Oh, get the Invoker, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't even have fucking Poppy in this comp. I need to level up and get Mordekaiser. I need Mordekaiser first. Oh, I can take out a Demacia and put him in. Never mind. Just need to find one. Solid.
There's a frog in my car.
No Mordekaiser.
I never hold back.
It's okay, we got this, we got this, you got this, right, Jarvan? Jarvan's the man. Jarvan's huge. Give me Quicksilver or Rapid Fire Cannon. So I need bow. Oh fuck. Yeah, I need a bow or guess maybe Giant's Ball it is. Whoa. That seems pretty good for him, I'm not gonna lie. Let's try it out. I could have done the better Rage Blade though, it would obviously be better, I don't know why. I just feel like stacking Jarvan, he feels like a beast, you know? Yeah, no, he's probably not. I don't know. No, he's really useful, honestly. He takes all the pressure. He gets the untargetable. And then he fucks him up again. If he just keeps stunning their entire team, Gab can stack up. So it's kind of huge, actually. It's actually unkillable. And this is just level 1 Jarvan. Oh, nice. Thank you, that's what I was looking for here. Okay, fucking hell. Oh, Jarvan doesn't get any more. Interesting. The untargetable thing for Jarvan is super huge. Health, 55 attack damage, 20. Yeah, that's pretty good. What the fuck? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know, fuck that. I don't even need to look at this comp anymore. I got my comp sorted here. I just need to go to level 9 and get 7 Demacia. Persona and Fiora. Oh, really? Redemption's okay. Sunfire Cape, I guess. Oh, at least you got the stun off. Go, Kale, go. Go, Kale, you're the best. Oh, that fucking Zaya's going crazy. Never mind. Fuck. Man, I can't find any of the people I need right now. Warmogs. Dragon's Claw. Here, we'll do that. He doesn't need to have a rating item. Mordekaiser. Oh, I need to do the elite stacking thing though. I'm not doing the armor stacking. I don't know what I'm thinking. It's 25 armor. Kind of important. Oh, what the fuck? This guy's got all fucking challengers going crazy on me. I don't have a good front line. Which is also kind of an issue. I mean, Jarvan is my front line. He's level 1 though. That's the issue. What the fuck? I can't just get rid of that. Okay, we'll do this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Mordekaiser's supposed to be the carry, but doesn't have any items. He's level 1. Can't do a whole lot with a level 1 Mordekaiser. Ouch. Rapid Fire Cannon Mordekaiser? It's definitely gonna be that. For sure. No! Bruiser, Vanquisher, Night Harvester. Put your Night Harvester on him. And put him in that spot. That targetable spot. Fuck it. me Mordekaiser, give me Mordekaiser. Oh, thank you, thank you. I needed those hits so badly. That really fucking helps. Now I can focus on leveling up. Oh my god. I should have just done that right away instead of coasting those rounds, just losing. Just give me the hits that I need. Fuck. Yes, Mordekaiser, become on target. Oh my god, doesn't matter. The melting is just crazy. What the fuck? Gangplank with the true damage. Just melt through my team like fucking butter. I have to stall this round. Wait. That's way better. Duh. Man, I'm actually losing it. I'm so stupid. Could have had that the whole time. Yes.
It's the only place I've been.
Oh. Giant Slayer? Fuck, that's what I wanted. Okay, we got this. I mean, Mordekaiser's dead, but... Oh shit, Fiora goes crazy. Okay, okay, wait a minute. What the fuck? Damn, Fiora, okay, never mind. She went crazy. I feel like Kale's useless, but... not really. What could I roll for? Hero Slayer. Oh yeah, I can put a Slayer in. All I can do at this point is try to hit level 9 anyway, right? So should do that. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, well, I'll take third. You know? Alright, let's watch something. I'm getting bored of. All it means is that I'm not going to be giving commentary on the same gameplay.
He has no sympathy for the staff at Charlie Hebdo. Shot.
Ironically, anti.
What?
Please shut up. My late father was in Auschwitz. My late mother was in Leiden concentration camp. Every single member.
She's like losing her mind, bro. Chill. What are you doing?
The girl losing her mind.
Norman Finkelstein's thing. John Brown's body in Gaza. Dolores Ibru, La Passionaria, famously exhorted during the Spanish Civil War, better to die on your feet than live forever on your knees. For the past 20 years, the people of Gaza, half of whom are children, have been immured in a concentration camp. Today they breached the camp's walls. If we honor John Brown's armed resistance to slavery, if we honor the Jews who revolted from the Warsaw Ghetto, then moral consistency commands that we honor the heroic resistance in Gaza. I, for one, will never begrudge. On the contrary, it warms every fiber of my soul. The scenes of Gaza's smiling children as their arrogant Jewish supremacist oppressors have finally been humbled. Holy shit. I think Erin said she was going to try to reach out to get me a debate with this guy, so maybe we'll chat with Finkelstein. Jesus Christ. Wait, somebody said to look up what he said about Charlie Hebdo? No shot, right? Hold on. There's no shot. Norman Finkelstein, Charlie Hebdo. Charlie Hebdo is sadism, not satire. He has no sympathy for the staff at Charlie Hebdo? No shot. Let's say, amidst all of this death and destruction, 2 young Jews barged into the headquarters of the editorial offices of Der Stürmer, and they killed the staff for having humiliated them, degraded them, demeaned them, and insulted them, queried Norman Finkelstein, right? A professor of political science and author of numerous books, including The Holocaust Industry and Method and Madness. How would I react to that, said Finkelstein, who is a son of Holocaust survivors. The desperate and despised people of today are Muslims, he said, considering the number of Muslim countries racked by death and destruction. The cases of Syria, Iraq, Gaza, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Yemen. So 2 despairing and desperate young men act out their despair and desperation against this political pornography, no different than Der Stürmer, who, in the midst of all this death and destruction, decided somehow noble to degrade, demean, humiliate, and insult the people. I'm sorry, maybe it is very politically incorrect. I have no sympathy for the staff of Charlie Hebdo. Should they have been killed? Of course not. But of course, Stryker shouldn't have been hung. I don't hear that from many people. Stryker was among those who stood trial on charges at Nuremberg. Following World War II, he was hung for those cartoons. Finkelstein said some might argue that they have a right to mock even desperate. What is,
Okay.
What was the Charlie Hebdo? Was it just a picture of Muhammad, or did they have more? I can't spell this shit. Was it like some wild and crazy shit? I don't remember exactly what the... In September 2012... Wait. It was in response for this, right? 2012? This is what the attack was in response to, right? The newspaper published a series of satirical cartoons of Muhammad. One cartoon depicted Muhammad as a nude man on all fours with a star covering his anus. Another shows Muhammad bending over naked and begging to be admired. Given that this issue came days after a series of attacks on U.S. embassies in the Middle East, purportedly in response to the anti-Islamic film Innocence of Muslims, the French government decided to increase security at certain French embassies. On January 7th, 2015, 2 Islamist gunmen forced their way into the Paris headquarters of Charlie Hebdo and opened fire, killing 12. Jesus. Wait, can I hear like a full clip of him talking about this? Maybe like in the context of... Maybe in the context of like another conversation, it doesn't sound quite as... unhinged? Ugh, this Democracy Now! Channel. This is like a far left YouTube channel, right?
What most struck me about the report was it was remarkably honest.
Defending the Hebdo attackers tells me all I need to know about this person. Thanks, Lawson.
It was very forthright in its conclusions, and it didn't fake this kind of balance which most human rights organizations, even reputable ones, attempt between Israel and the United States. So just to take a couple of examples, it forthrightly stated that Israel targets intentionally children during these demonstrations. It targets reporters, it targets medical personnel. That's unusual.
Hassan loves this channel. Yeah, this channel is like super dog shit far left. Democracy Now! Is like that.
Allow me just two examples which you would be familiar with. So when there was the killings during Operation Protective Edge of the 4 children who were playing hide and seek.
This was back in 2014.
In 2014. Recently, The Intercept had an article on those 4 killings of the 4 kids, and had the story that they weren't really intentionally killed. It was an accident. It was a mistake. And same thing with the New York Times, when they had the big story on Razan al-Najjar, which was quoted everywhere. The essence of the story was there was a Israeli sniper's bullet. It hit the ground, ricocheted, and then accidentally hit 3 Israeli medical personnel. It was a magic bullet because there was a huge crowd of people, but this magic bullet only hit 3 medical personnel. But this human rights report by the Human Rights Council, it's very straightforward. It says intentionally targets children, intentionally targets even disabled persons, and that to me was a credit to them. That there was no fake balance. If you look at the proportions, when it looks at the damages done to the people of Gaza, they devote 10 full pages. And then there's a section called Impact on Israel. It's 3 paragraphs. And that's exactly what the reality shows, that overwhelmingly, in fact, virtually entirely, all the infliction of death and destruction is on the Palestinian side. There were, for the period they covered, during the demonstrations, there were no fatalities during the demonstrations, and 4 Israeli soldiers were lightly injured.
Apparently, Norman Finkelstein retweets Hassan videos. Holy shit, no shot, dude. Recent reaction from Hassan the Hun to a recent appearance. My god. The failings of Finkelstein. Norman Finkelstein has always been a loose cannon. His sometimes insightful political and historical analysis is invariably undermined by a contrarian urge to shock and provoke. Well, I can appreciate that. When it comes to opposing Zionism and defending Palestinian rights, or repelling false and exaggerated accusations of anti-Semitism on the left, Norman's support is often more of a hindrance than a help. His performance last week in an online meeting hosted by Labor Against the Witch Hunt, the purpose of which was to defend free speech in the face of a campaign to silence the left with false accusations of anti-Jewish racism, was a case in point. His comments proved highly controversial, as he no doubt intended, and resulted in a denunciatory article from Lee Harpin in the Jewish Chronicle titled Norman Finkelstein praises Holocaust denier David Irving at pro-Corbyn group meeting. What is this?
We had
2 hours, bro.
over 600 people register, which is quite something.
Yeah.
The record for our account for sure. We've got almost 260 in the audience at the moment.
On the Isle of Dogs in London's East End, opposing the fascist British National Party when they got their first councillor elected. And on the picket line outside the Sunday Times, after it had published Hitler apologist David Irving's version of Goebbels' diaries. On both occasions, side by side with Jewish comrades. In fact, Ali G, Sacha Baron Cohen, as a young Jewish activist, was one of them. Eminent Jewish lawyer Jeffrey Byman drafted a racial Ivan Lauren. That actually
Jesus Christ, bro, wrap it up.
None of what he said, she says, is by itself. None of the things are a problem, but you add them all up, why they should not be expelled.
For some time now, a concerted effort.
Embrace. I would also say that goes for using terms like anti-Semitism and anti-Semites. So Tony Greenstein, I agree with him actually quite a lot. But when he says things like, well, if you call Jews killers of Christ, you're an anti-Semite. If you engage in Holocaust denial, you're an anti-Semite. I think Mr. Wadsworth said, if I understood him correctly, I might be wrong here, but he opposed the publication of David Irving's Diaries of Goebbels because Irving is...
I'm new to your channel after binging a ton of your videos. You've helped me see the leftism filled with people like Hassan. I won't get rid of my DW subscription, but we'll definitely take a closer look before I believe this. Well, thanks, buddy.
Is a Hitler apologist. I think all of that, the labels like anti-Semite, I don't know if Jews killed Christ or not. Frankly, I don't really care all that much. That's keeping me up late at night or exercising when I get up in the morning.
I can't hear
But
this.
those are sorts of things which should just be debated, disputed, and you come out with your own conclusions. Did the Jews do it or did they not? When Mel Gibson made his film Passion of the Christ, he started off by blaming, he seemed to have started off by blaming Jewish moneylenders or the Jews in the temple for Christ's killing, and then he was forced to change the script. I don't see why anyone should be forced to change anything.
Finkelstein's contribution to the meeting started well enough. It was the Zionist lobby who had taken the initiative in whipping up hysteria over labor anti-Semitism. Oh, he links to the Times.
Our final speaker, before we try to open.
Oh, I think this is close. Okay. He argued, but the campaign had not been only or even primarily about Israel. It made the impact it did because it was taken up by wider reactionary forces intent on blocking the formation of a Corbyn-led Labour government that would pose a general threat to the political status quo. Finkelstein made the point very effectively, and it was a helpful corrective to the Zionist conspiracy school of thought that sees the Labour anti-Semitism witch hunt as being directed from Tel Aviv. Unfortunately, it all went downhill from there. Finkelstein questioned whether it's anti-Semitic to describe Jews as killers of Christ, even though this has been an accusation favored by anti-Semites for centuries, having inspired pogroms back in the Middle Ages. The issue of the number of victims who died in the Holocaust should be open to statistical, scholarly questions, he opined, despite this being the specious argument used by every Holocaust revisionist. Worst of all, Finkelstein saw fit to mount a defense of David Irving, the Hitler-admiring, Nazi-sympathizing writer who achieved international prominence 20 years ago over his libel case against David Irving was a very good historian, Finkelstein declared. I don't care what Richard Evans says. He was a very good historian. He produced works which are substantive. He knew a thing or two. Actually, he knew a thing or two or three. Oh, fuck. I wish I could have found. He knew a thing or two or three. Hold on. Show transcript. The other two things before this I don't really care about. Knew a thing. Okay. Oh, we were almost there, I think.
When Mel Gibson made his film Passion of the Christ, he started off by blaming, he seemed to have started off by blaming Jewish moneylenders or the Jews in the temple for Christ's killing, and then he was forced to change the script. I don't see why anyone should be forced to change anything. Express your point of view. If somebody disagrees with it, let them disagree. I don't see why one has to get so excited about it. In the case of David Irving, well, David Irving was a very good historian. I don't care what Richard Evans says. He was a very good historian. He produced works which are substantive. And I happen to have read the Goebbels diary, his book on Goebbels. He had stolen the plates, which were stolen the plates of the diaries, and then wrote a book on it. I thought the book was frankly mediocre. It certainly should have been published. Mediocre books. There are about 1,000 mediocre books published each month versus one good book. So if it falls in the category of mediocre, okay, not a big deal. I don't see why one would want to stop publication of it. It doesn't register with me. You don't like it, don't read it. They actually...
What is the, if you don't like it, don't read it? If you don't like it, then don't read it. Why would this not apply to the Charlie Hebdo publication? If you don't like it, don't look at the magazine. But he supported the shooters going in and killing the 13 staff? But David Irving, who is a history revisionist, not in a good sense of any sense of the word, who was a shoddy historian, right? Like, you're gonna say that he should be publishing all of his stuff and people should openly debate blah blah blah, but like the Charlie Hebdo people, it was fine for them to get killed?
In the case of Irving, he knew a thing or two. Actually, he knew a thing or two or three. He is competent, so far as I can tell. The same thing with this rapper, Mr. Wiley. I had some correspondence this morning and last night with Jamie Sternweiner and with Deborah McColby, because I asked them to find me for today. Jamie was kind enough to send me all the tweets. Some of the tweets I agree with Jackie Butler. Some of the tweets were awful.
Stop, hold on, real quick. Don't do this retarded levels of charitability. You're fucking retarded. Destiny, he said that he had no sympathy, not that he supported the Charlie Hebdo shooting. When you're giving justification after justification, like, oh, well, you know, Muslims are poor and beat up and look at all the blah, 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 and, you know, listen, if you're gonna post sadistic shit and somebody's gonna come in and kill you, like, I don't feel any sympathy at all for you, you're bordering on support at that point, okay? Fuck off. That is so fucking bad faith. It sounds like from this guy, if somebody were to go and kill David Irving, I doubt that he'd be like, oh, well, you know, David Irving was basically a Holocaust revisionist and he'd basically stand the fuck out of Hitler. I can understand. It doesn't sound like he would say the same thing about David Irving.
I guess. Some of them were provocative, I suppose you'd call it. I mean, some of the tweets, I have to say, one of the tweets, the first one that Jamie sent me was with the pictures of the Bolsheviks who were allegedly responsible for the Bolsheviks and their comrades, who were allegedly responsible for the murder of millions of Christians. And they had a picture of Leo Jogishis. I thought to myself, who even knows who he is? I know who he is. He was Rosa Luxemburg's first lover. And he was the head of the Polish left-wing Communist Party.
Russia had the right to invade Ukraine. Why aren't there any reasonable people on any of these topics?
I'll begin my remarks on the Ukraine by noting that just before...
I'm curious, hold on, before we get into this. Norman Finkelstein, Israel 6-day war. Now, I could be wrong, but do you think that he says that Israel invaded Egypt with no provocation? But then do you think he's going to say that Russia had every reason to invade Ukraine? What do we think? Oh no, hold on, I'm sorry. Finkelstein's book was literally the pages that we read that was quoted to us by Mouthy Infidel. He doesn't think that, right? Because I think he'd literally written a book about this.
Slow level. Just gonna keep slow leveling.
Damn, he plays this Holocaust card super hard. Holy shit. More than any, like, pro-Zionist Jew I've ever seen in my entire life.
Fuck up the Darius. Fuck him up, yeah. Fuck up the Swain. Come on.
Once the U.S. in effect gave Israel the green or amber light at the end of May and early June, Israel did a repeat performance of 56. Its primary goal was to neuter Nasir? I feel like I always fuck this guy's names up. Nasir, to deliver a death blow to these uppity Arabs and finish off what was called radical Arab nationalism. Their secondary goal was to conquer the lands that they had coveted but didn't manage to seize in 48, East Jerusalem, the West Bank, Gaza, the Golan. Tom Segev's book, 1967, is not great, but it does copiously document Israel's expansionist territorial aims on the eve of 67. It also makes clear that Israel had already resolved at the end of May to conquer the West Bank even if Jordan stayed out of the war. The notion that Israel didn't covet the West Bank and even warned King Hussein not to enter the war so as to avoid a conflict with it, it's hogwash. King Hussein feared that Jordan would be isolated and an easy prey once Israel knocked out Egypt. He figured, rightly, that Israel was going to attack the kingdom anyway. Okay. So better to join in while the Arabs still had a fighting chance of stopping Israel. Oh my god! No one under 60 will have a grasp of the prominence and importance of Nasser, both within the so-called Arab world and in Israel as well as at large. He's still the most famous Arab leader, although Saddam Hussein maybe kind of caught up with him.
Huh. Okay, this is good. Do I... Don't need this, don't need this. Okay, I know what I'm looking for here. I need bows, I don't know. Just searching for rapid fire cannon, searching for rapid fire cannon. Huge. Give me a Nyla, give me a Nyla. It's not Nyla. That's what I'm looking for.
56 was not an exception. Eisenhower and his influential Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, both loathed Nasser. They just didn't think the timing was right for an armed attack. The moment wasn't yet ripe. Dulles was very conflicted once the British-French-Israeli invasion got underway. The British, having gone in, should not have stopped, Dulles told Eisenhower, until they toppled Nasser. How do we pronounce this guy's name? Hold on. Wait, Nasser. Fuck, how do you say this guy's name? Nasser, Egypt. I've said this, we've read this guy's name so many fucking times. Say it one time.
Best known for his charisma and pan-Arab populism, Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser enraptured listeners with his radio broadcast. Populism, Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser and...
Nasser? Fuck, this guy has like an accent.
I
Nasser?
fucked it up bad.
Nasser? Nasser. So-called Arabists hold up Eisenhower as a model to be emulated, but he wanted to dispose of Nasser just as much as anyone else. But didn't the US literally pull back? Like, the US literally pulled back this whole invasion, right? I'm pretty sure it was with intense US pressure. That's what eventually caused Israel and the French and British to pull out of here. Even as things begin to shift under Kennedy, the real break comes after the '67 war. The U.S. now sees Israel as a first-class fighting force, a strategic asset that could protect its critical regional interests. What's your take on historians who allege Israel had no aggressive designs in '67? There was a lot of confusion and conflict among its leadership. Yes, there was some confusion and conflict. There was a lot more unity of purpose. They all agreed on exploiting the opportunity of war to expand Israel's borders, but some disagreement did exist on which territories to conquer and in what sequence. It's telling that Benny Morris, suspends his archival history before the '67 war. In my opinion, I can't prove it. It's only a hunch. It's because 1948 is politically a dead issue. As former Israeli Foreign Minister Shlomo Ben Ami shrewdly observed in Scars of War, Wounds of Peace, the salient outcome of the '67 war was it legitimized the borders that Israel conquered in '48. That is to say, after the '67 war, the Arabs had no choice except to recognize Israel as a state and its pre-'67 borders. Morris, the loyal citizen, recoiled at the prospect of such a scholarly undertaking because every commonplace about '67 is either a half-truth or an outright lie. The full truth cast Israel in a harsh light. How does he defend? I want to hear the Russian invasion defense then. I'm so curious.
This program began, I was watching a presentation by Jeffrey Sachs. He was speaking to a Chilean audience. And Jeffrey said...
Wait, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Hold on. The truth behind Biden's visit, the hospital massacre in Biden's lie. Hezbollah and Iran stated that unless Israeli attacks on civilians ceased, they would intervene. 2, Israel panicked. It can carry out massacres of defenseless populations, but it can't fight ground wars. What? It has dreaded a ground war in Gaza, let alone fighting the party of God. Israel begged Biden to visit to protect it from a second front war. When Israel carried out the hospital massacre, he was repeating this 10 days later? Or wait, when was the... No, that's not 10 days later. I don't remember when the hospital thing happened. Biden agreed to lie about the attack only if Israel agreed to cease its genocidal plan in Gaza and allowing humanitarian aid. Biden lied exactly as Lyndon Baines Johnson lied in June of 1967 when Israel attacked the USS Liberty, killing 34 American crewmen. Both LBJ and Biden lied to protect a key ally and, not incidentally, a domestic electoral asset. Biden will now be praised for his statesmanship in standing by Israel and enabling humanitarian aid to enter Gaza. Holy shit. Okay, sorry. I just want to hear some of this. I'm so sorry.
Sachs, as many of you know, is a very respected economist, and he's been very active on the international scene since his late 20s. He was actually, I think, for worse, not for better. He was a major advisor to Boris Yeltsin beginning in 1992, and in my opinion, but that's not for now, he is
the hospital meme was on October 17th.
Significantly culpable for the catastrophe that ensued in Russia under Yeltsin's leadership, a catastrophe of a magnitude such that you could say Yeltsin, with the advice of Jeffrey Sachs, or I should say Jeffrey Sachs, through Yeltsin, was singularly responsible for bringing Vladimir Putin into power. But that's another time and another place. I mentioned Jeffrey Sachs because the question of Ukraine obviously came up during this presentation, and I was surprised, but also, if I can use the word, I was gratified to hear that he said, and now I think I'm quoting him verbatim, but you all can check. All you have to do is go to YouTube and enter Jeffrey Sachs, Chile. He said, I think I'm quoting him verbatim, he said, the U.S. caused the war in Ukraine. He didn't limit himself to saying the U.S. provoked the war. He said the U.S. caused the war in Ukraine. And for those of you who follow these debates, these discussions, it's in my opinion, it's a critical distinction. Because many people, obviously not a majority, but a significant number of people have been willing to say that the U.S. and NATO, the U.S. provoked the war. However, they stopped short of saying the U.S. caused the war, but instead say, notwithstanding the provocations by the U.S. and NATO, notwithstanding the provocations, they say that the Russian invasion of Ukraine was criminal. And I'm not aware of anyone, except for myself, and I think Sachs comes pretty close when he says cause the war. My position has been from day one of the war that Russia had the right to attack, but, and it's not a big but it's a but, there's a difference between having a right and exercising that right. And I have said from the beginning Russia had the right to attack. However, I cannot say with any kind of certainty that it was a wise or a prudent thing to attack. To me, those are separate questions. But on the, let's call it on the moral question, it's my view they had the right to attack. Now, what I would like to do in this few minutes that we're going to talk about the Ukraine and then hearing from you is to make an analogy and then see how you react to it. My area of professional expertise is the Israel-Palestine conflict, and so I'm going to make a comparison with that conflict, or an analogy. So, a lot of you will not remember for reasons of age, but the critical turning point in the Israel-Palestine conflict came in 1967. The 1967 war, sometimes called the Six
I'm so curious how he's anti-Israel here and pro-Russia.
Day War, but we'll just call it the June 1967 war. Now, there's no question, as a factual matter, that Israel fired the first shot. Israel denied it for about a week that it fired the first shot, but after about a week or 2 weeks, I can't remember now.
Did they... Hold on. Israel denied it for a week? What is he referring to? I thought they denied it that day when their planes went to bomb Egypt. Were their shots fired before June 5th? I thought it was within a day. How could they have denied firing the first... Well, hold on. How long Israel deny planes bombing Egyptian airfields? Can we find this? I thought it was like for hours.
Okay.
Let's check. Why would they deny it for a week? Yeah, I thought they just denied it for that day. I thought it was like for 12 hours or something, or some number of hours. Egyptians hinder their own defenses by doing some dumb shit. Powerful Jordanian prevented the warning. Runway was spared.
Oh, fuck. What items am I looking for here? Evan Trout on Nautilus, right? Yeah. Redemption's a good one.
He's saying they denied being responsible for the first shot, not that they never shot at all. No, he's saying that they denied firing the first shots. I thought that they did deny it for a few hours, but I didn't think it was for a week or two. Control F denied. Controversies relating to the Six-Day War. Preemptive strike. Initially, both Egypt and Israel announced that they've been attacked by the other country. Gideon Raphael, the Israeli ambassador to the UN, received a message from the Israeli Foreign Office, informed immediately the president of the Secretary Co that Israel is now engaged in repelling Egyptian land and air forces. At 3:10 a.m., Raphael woke Ambassador Hans Tabor, the Danish president, and the Security Council for June, Tabor, with the news that Egyptian forces have moved against Israel, and Israel responding to a cowardly and treacherous attack from Egypt. At the Security Council meeting of the June 5th, both Israel and Egypt claimed to be repelling an invasion by the other, and Israeli officials, Iban and Evron, swore that Egypt had fired first. On June 5th, Egypt, supported by the USSR, charged Israel with aggression. Israel claimed that Egypt had struck first, telling the Council that in the early hours of the morning, Egyptian armored columns moved in an offensive thrust against Israel's borders. At the same time, blah, blah, blah. This is all a lie, I think, right? Israel just flew and blew other shit up. Though Israel had struck first, Israel initially claimed it was attacked first. Later, it claimed that its attack was a preemptive strike in the face of a planned invasion. Israel justifies its preemptive attack. Economic strength, the imminence of war on three fronts. According to Israeli historian, the Arabs had planned. Some historians state, I'm so curious how long they denied this. Israel's strike is not excited by... Maybe I never read this. Maybe I just assumed that they switched that they admitted this like hours later. Damn, if anybody can find this piece of information, I'd be super interested to know. BBC Panorama. What is this saying it's a source to? He's claiming they didn't acknowledge that they fired first until after the war. Yeah, that's what he's saying. I'm just curious if that was true or not.
I want to be really good at TFT, but I suck.
On June 5th, Israel launched a strike against Syria, Egypt, and Jordan.
I wonder if there's some videos I can watch here. What's the patch? TFT news. Oh, I haven't watched anyone else play this game ever. Probably not good.
Hello everyone, we have the meta snapshot for patch 13.22. This is going to be the last meta snapshot of set 9.5 because it's the last patch and most people are playing set 10 right now on the PBE. I'm going to be doing that a bunch too, but in case you all need to do that last minute climb, I got you with the meta snapshot, so let's just get right into it. Let's not waste any time. In the S tier, we got Gunner reroll, Rogue reroll, Sorcerers, and Demacia. We'll get a little more into why these two got bumped up in just a bit, along with all the other changes in the other comps. In the A tier, we have Void reroll, Vanquishers, Ash, Bilgewater, Noxus, Shurima, Gunners, Cho'Gath, Nico, Azir, Challengers, and Demon Flare Swain. In the B tier, we have the Affiliate Silco build, the Karma reroll, Noxus reroll, the boss set, Multicasters, and Nefiri. You definitely still want to be taking the Earth Legend because getting emblems is just so powerful because there's so many good things with emblems. So with Gunners and Rogue, you want to get like Zon emblem. It's really powerful right now.
Oh, I don't use any
Sorcerers,
legends. Oh my god.
very good with the Taric build. Demacia, classic Earth build. And then Void really good, Ionia really good. There's so many things that are so good. Bilgewater good, Noxus good, Shurima, like there's so many good things you could get from it. Very rarely will you get screwed over from your Toma traits, especially if you tailor your board early on. It's like really hard to, but I mean, it sometimes happens, but not all the time. So the reason why Gunner reroll and Rogue reroll are so high up right now is because getting to 6 Zon is very powerful.
Yeah.
The amount of buffs and stats you get from it, the numbers are just too good right now. So what you want to do is you could Zon up your Jace, you could just go for Jinx reroll, so it doesn't really matter which unit you kind of go for. You could go for both. That definitely is preferred, but you definitely need one or the other. Main tank can be Warwick, it could be Vi in some cases, but if you're doing the Zon build, it's going to lean more towards Warwick, or you could even do Echo. Whatever units you're hitting that game, that's what you're going to be playing with, because you can't really decide what you kind of hit during the game. So if you're going for Jinx, do a slow roll at level 6 for both her and Warwick. And if you're doing a level 7 roll down for Jace and Echo, obviously you want to do that level 7. I spoiled that at the beginning of the sentence, but whatever. Stuff that's going to be really good with this comp is going to be any of the +1s like Gunner or Zon +1s, Golden Ticket, Trade Sector, things that are good with reroll are incredible. And that's pretty much all you have to do for this build. It's a simple reroll build. And you can't go for it all the time, but the times that you can, it's definitely very powerful. Same with the build we have coming up next, which is Rogue reroll. Great with Zon, works with Gunner too, but you could also do it with Rogue. So a lot of different options again. You could get kind of creative with the Rogue emblem. I feel like people haven't really taken that to the next level, but you could use all sorts of units with the Rogue emblem. For this build in particular, you do kind of like a bit of an odd leveling pattern. So what you do is you just slow roll at level 5, but you don't do the 3-1 roll down that you normally do with
I'm not listening to this guy. Fuck.
Level. But you could use all sorts of units with the Rogue emblem. For this build in particular, you do kind of like a bit of an odd leveling pattern. So what you do is you just slow roll at level 5, but you don't do the 3-1 roll down that you normally do with 1 cost. That way you could get a lot of good rolls for Graves while also having decent odds for Jinx, without sacrificing too much economy, because later on you will want something like Echo, Warwick, or the Katarina to kind of round out the comp a little. You could also use Kiana, and this one we have 3 out of 4 Rogue because you sometimes will get a Rogue emblem to kind of play this. So just mix around.
Void. Zon. Bilgewater.
Your comp a little bit depending on what you're hitting. Sometimes you want 4 Rogue, sometimes you go a little deeper into Zon, go like 6 Zon, sometimes you drop down to like 2 Gunner, for example. Lots of different things you could kind of do here and try, but a ton of different units you could go for, and there are a bunch of item recommendations down here too. Next build up we have is Sorcerers. So a lot of people were asking me to include this into the meta snapshot, and we finally are going to do it now. Obviously we had Sorks for a while, but we just didn't update the Taric build. So you just want QSS Taric with the Gargoyle Stoneplate. Third item doesn't really matter. So it could be like a generic tank item like a Warmogs. It could be another Stoneplate. It could be almost anything. The main important ones are going to be the Stoneplate and the Quicksilver. That way Taric just gets his shield off very often. After that, you have Silco in the backline to do Silco things. Ahri pretty solid too. +1 sorcerer is going to really take this comp all the way to the top because you really need it in order to get to 8 sorcerer. It's a very big power spike. Tarek shield is amazing. It kind of protects your whole team while Silco slowly burns everything down. There are some different versions of this. Obviously, you could play it with 6 sorcerers. You take out Oriana and Malzahar to add in stuff like Jarvan, Sona, things like that if you want multicaster or if you want more strategists. Lots of different things you could do. Sometimes you get 2 sorcerer spatulas or 2 sorcerer +1s, and then that makes your team look a little different too. For items, just like blue buff on Silco plus damage items, Vel'Koz is Spear of Shojin plus damage items, Ahri either, preferably blue buff though, plus damage items. Nothing too much has really changed there in this recent patch because the itemizations for champions generally doesn't change that much. But next up we have is Demacia. Demacia is kind of funny because you definitely want to go level 9 with the Demacia because you want to hit the 9 Demacia power spike. Doesn't happen every game because you often can't get +2 Demacia, but if you ever do, you just auto win the game as long as you get to level 9. So always play with that win condition if you can. So if you have like 2 Demacia spats early on in the game, and then you're heading into stage 4, and you're picking your augment in stage 4.
Wait, I need to listen to the strategies here.
Items. Nothing too much has really changed there in this recent patch because the itemizations for champions generally doesn't change that much. But next up we have is Demacia. Demacia is kind of funny because you definitely want to go level 9 with the Demacia because you want to hit the 9 Demacia power spike. Doesn't happen every game because you often can't get +2 Demacia, but if you ever do, you just auto win the game as long as you get to level 9. So always play with that win condition if you can. So if you have like 2 Demacia spats early on in the game, and then you're heading into stage 4, and you're picking your augment in stage 4, and something that gives you an extra team slot comes up,
I mean, do I
definitely
just
take it.
have to
That
take
just brings your team to the next level. It doesn't matter if your entire team is 1-starred, you will win with 9 Demacia. You could like quote me on that. You will not place worse than 3rd place if you get 9 Demacia in any way, even if you're all 1-star. It's just literally impossible. I've seen it too many times, and it's actually kind of like distressing how good it is. Because I would figure you want at least like Mordekaiser 2-star or like Jarvan 2-star in order to get like auto.
No, you just go for the level 9 if you can.
3rd place very conservatively. You most likely at worst will get 2nd, but I'm saying 3rd place so no one kind of like blames me for getting a 4th or something, you know? Because you'll probably get 2nd or 1st, most likely 1st, sometimes 2nd. That's how good 9 Demacia is.
Okay.
Some questions people have been asking me is about the itemization. So for Mordekaiser, obviously RFC is going to be the preferred item, but a lot of people say, hey, I cannot get 2 bows for RFC because I'm winning too much with Demacia. And what can you do instead? So a great item replacement for Mordekaiser is to build a Quicksilver Sash on him because that pretty much does the same thing. It lets him get a lot of attacks off and it keeps him a little bit safe. So if you're ever in a pickle, can't get bows from Mordekaiser, just go for the Quicksilver. You're going to be good to go there. Jarvan uses any tank items. Protector Vow's the best. Fiora, Titans BT. If you can't get those 2 items, what can you do? You could put Slayer Spat on Fiora. Demacia comp works really well with Slayer Spat too. You go like 4 to 6 Slayers with 7 Demacia. It's going to do pretty much the same thing, except it's going to look like just a tiny bit different. But you could replace a Bloodthirster with like other healing items, worst case scenario. Obviously you prefer the Bloodthirster, but hey, you can't pick every single item you get in the game. So standard leveling for this comp, and also always make sure only put 2 items on each unit just so that they don't lose the Radiant item, because that kind of defeats the purpose of the comp. But I've seen people do it, even people in like Grandmasters. I was spectating someone in Grandmasters and he accidentally put multiple items on his Demacia unit and didn't get a Radiant item. And yeah, you don't want to like do that on purpose. So obviously accidents happen. How do you think you came into the world? But that's just life, I guess. So now into Void reroll, we have Cho'Gath reroll with a bunch of other 3-stars. Solid comp. A lot of people ask me like, is the Rift Herald better than the Baron? My answer to that is no. You could check every single data site. 8 Void outperforms 6 Void with any team variation of like whatever Void units you're running. You could put in like 3-star Cho'Gath, 2-star Castellan, 3-star Castellan, 2-star Cho'Gath. Every single variation of Void, it says that 8 Void is better than 6. So I don't know where this kind of started, where people said that the Rift Herald is stronger than Baron, because like according to the data at least, It just isn't.
It's
so
not.
If you are able to put in 8 Void, definitely go ahead and do it. So to play this comp, you definitely want the +1 Void, and then you reroll for Cho'Gath 3-star, and then you reroll for everything else too. So it's kind of like not quite a set leveling pattern. It's similar to the way we played the Graves comp before. You want to slow roll at level 5 without rolling at 3-1. You could also play this without a Cho'Gath 3 and just go for other units instead if you're not finding a lot of Cho'Gaths that game. Next build up we have is Ionia Vanquisher. Works really well with either Vanquisher or Ionia Spatula, as you may as well imagine. Who do we put the spatulas on? So if we go for the Ionia Spat, definitely want it on Nyla, or you could also do Ashe if you get a lot of Ashes and want to do Ashe reroll. If you get a Vanquisher one, you can put it on either Karma or Ari. Those are generally my go-tos at least. And then you could even itemize them because they're going to be super buffed up. Other things you could do is go for 9 Ionia in the late game. 6 Vanquisher is good in the mid to late game if you get a lot of +1, so definitely playable with Earth. So even though you don't see any spatulas in this team comp over here, getting the +1 is still very, very welcome. The reason why is because the emblem actually does something for the unit, so you're not kind of like wasting an item whenever you're taking the Toma traits. So standard leveling pattern for this because you're going for a bunch of 4-cost units, and not too much else to say here. It's just like a pretty standard comp. Ashe reroll is kind of like the twin sister to this comp. You want to play the Ionia emblem only on the Ashe and then itemizer up. Other things you could do in this comp if you can't get Nyla is play Ashe leveling pattern for Void.
Fuck, I'm level 5. Why am I leveling? Fuck. Yeah. God damn, I would have won that if I rolled instead of fucking leveled. Everybody's already got Cho'Gath. Maybe I should just level up quickly.
Like 3-star Cho'Gath, 2-star Castanen, 3-star Castanen, 2-star Cho'Gath. Every single variation of Void, it says that 8 Void is better than 6. So I don't know where this kind of started, where people said that the Rift Herald is stronger than Baron, because like according to the data at least, it just isn't. So if you are able to put in 8 Void, definitely go ahead and do it. So to play this comp, you definitely want the +1 Void, and then you reroll for Cho'Gath 3-star, and then you reroll for everything else too. So it's kind of like not quite a set leveling pattern. It's similar to the way we played the Graves comp before. You want to slow roll at level 5 without rolling at 3-1. You could also play this without a Cho'Gath 3 and just go for other units instead if you're not finding a lot of Cho'Gaths that game. Next build up we have is Ionia Vanquisher. Works really well with either Vanquisher or Ionia Spatula, as you may as well imagine. Who do we put the spatulas on? So if we go for the Ionia Spat, definitely want it on Nyla, or you could also do Ashe if you get a lot of Ashes and want to do Ashe reroll. If you get a Vanquisher one, you can put it on either Karma or Ari. Those are generally my go-tos at least. And then you could even itemize them because they're going to Ashe and then itemize the comp. Ashe reroll is kind of like the twin sister to this comp. You want to play the Ionia emblem only on the Ashe and then itemizer up. Other things you could do in this comp if you can't get Nyla is play Ashe instead of Nyla, and then like even if you don't have Ionia Spatula, you could put utility items on her such as Last Whisper and Morellonomicon, and she becomes like one of the strongest support units in the game. But if you're doing Ashe carry like you are down here, you definitely want the damage items on Ashe. So put the Ionia on her, put the last whisper on her because she applies it to everyone, and then finish it off with like a third damage item instead of the Morello. Then you could secondary carry with Xayah if you're able to get her. If not, Set's going to be the main tank. Just generic tank items on him, doesn't really matter. Like, you might see these items, and unless they're like highlighted or something, they're not like that required, you know? But overall, Set is going to be very powerful with any sort of tank items. It could be like utility tank items, pure tank items like the ones you see here. You just want to slam items early to get as much value out of them as possible. And for this build, we want to do a 2-cost reroll pattern. So definitely click on that on the website, bunnymuffins.lol/meta. And you could also check out all the like long descriptions, because I definitely am skipping over some stuff in the interest of time for the video, especially since a lot of returning viewers are going to be listening to me say a lot of this stuff for like a long time. I try to keep updates on like what's happening every single Friday whenever I do these, but sometimes it probably does get a little repetitive for some people, so I mainly do that for all the new viewers who are kind of coming back. But going into the next comp we have is Bilgewater. We have the Nyla. So Nyla, double RFC, gonna be the best build by far. That's why you see Twisted Fate here. Remember we were saying with the Mordekaiser build, oh, it's pretty difficult to get 2 bows to build an RFC, and then you're like, seeing this Nyla build, you're like, why does she have 4 bows needed for her build? And the reason why is because Nyla is going to be super duper powerful with it, and you play Twisted Fate to kind of fix that. So with Pandora's items, you can get all the bows that you need, and she just becomes a monster after that. Throw in anything in front of her. You could go vertical Bilgewater. That's a pretty powerful build. If you go for Earth, that's kind of what I try to do. I go for like 5, 7, 9 Bilgewater. But if you have Twisted Fate, you can't really do that as well. So you go for this like hodgepodge of a mix and match build and just put random units in there that incrementally buff up the team in some way or another. So for some, they provide tankiness. For some, they provide utility, such as Sejuani and Ashe. And then other ones, they provide a little bit more damage, such as Misfortune. So you kind of just mix and match various things that fit in with the build there. So next build up we have is Vertical Noxus. Decently solid comp. Obviously, you only want to play this with Earth with a Noxus +1. And then you just snowball, play for win streak in the early game, level up a little more aggressively than you normally would. And sometimes you might even want to roll down more aggressively too, because getting this comp online with the Noxus stacks is absolutely of paramount importance. Next up we have is Shurima, another good Earth build. Like every build in the top right now are Earth builds, so just keep that in mind. You still want to be using that legend, and it's fun, right? It's like the last time we'll kind of deal with this nonsense, because they are removing +1 traits in the augments for set 10. In case you all were wondering, set 10 is going to come out on the 21st, but I'll be playing viewer games on my Twitch stream every now and then from now until the release of the set. So I hope to see you all there if you want to.
Oh, new set's coming out
with me, twitch.tv/bunnymuffinslol. But there'll also be notifications on the website whenever I am live if you are a frequent viewer of that. But for Shurima, you just want to play as many Shurima units as possible. It's not rocket science. And then with the Zir, you just want an attack speed item, Rage Blade or Nashor's Tooth or both. Finish it off with like a Static Shiv or a Giant Slayer. Like 3 bow items on a Zir is nothing out of the ordinary. It's like what you would want in a lot of cases. A little hard to get though, so if you can get at least 2 of them, that's going to be good enough. If you don't have that, I probably would try to play a different comp unless you're absolutely forced to. Standard leveling though, because you're going with Nasus, Jarvan, and Azir. And you could also play like the Azir flex build. The core units are again Nasus, Jarvan, and Azir, and then you just play anything around it. In this case, we're going for a bunch of Shurima units that are just trait bots, so that's going to be Talia, Nefari, and Renekton. And then if you're going Azir flex, you just throw in whatever you hit on your roll down. So a lot of different variations. All of them work pretty well. And into the next comp we have is Gunners. Gunners I only play with Piltover, so I don't really play this any other way. So if you get Piltover on 2-1, that's the only time I play this, and I just go for like the maximum cash out, because if you are able to cash out, you pretty much just auto win the games, or at least auto get like a 3rd or 2nd, unless you're facing a 9 Demacia person. That's the only time this build kind of fails, is if you face like something completely even more busted. But with cash outs, you beat pretty much anything else, because you just have so many more items than everyone. Sometimes you get a bunch of Force of Natures or like Tactician's Crown, which gives you +1 units or +2 units, depending on how many you get. And it's just a very easy situation whenever you get the actual cash out. So how do you cash out? How do you make a big cash out? Well, you have to make sure you lose every single round until you are on your last life. So if you're anything below like 15 HP, that's going to be pretty much your last life. And then during that time, you want to level up, roll down, hit a decent board, win that round, and then cash out, swap your team, add all the new loot that you got, and then you're going to be good to go from there. That's really all there is to it. It's a little easier said than done, but that's essentially like the gist of how to play this comp. Another way to get into it is if you have Earth and you're doing Toma traits, if you get Piltover Spatula at the start of the game, makes it really easy to kind of go for it. Next build up we have is a Cho Bidem build. This is just 6 Bruiser plus someone in the back line. It's a little average now. It's not anything OP like it was before. But if you do get the 6 Bruiser Power Spike, you definitely knock out a lot of teams before they come online. So that's where this comp really shines. I think it's more of like a mid-game comp. Once you get that Cho'Gath 3, no one else is kind of prepared to take him down. But once you get into like late stage 5, early stage 6, definitely not feeling the power of this comp anymore, especially with like a 1 cost carry in the back line, 1 cost tank in the front line. You need to get like something ridiculous to kind of compete with this later on, or hit like level 9, play a bunch of 2-star legendaries, and then that's another way to kind of do it. But overall, like solid comp. Definitely want to do 1 cost reroll pattern, so that's going to be rolling down at level 4 to 30 gold on stage 3-1, because you're going for Renekton, Cho'Gath, and Malzahar, or Cassiopeia, whichever one you hit. Next build up we have is Nico Invokers. This one's a little weird because it's like 2 and 3 cost carry, so it's a bit of a mix and match between like your leveling patterns. Still pretty solid though, but you really need this Soraka to kind of solidify your game. I actually like the Karma version more, where I go Karma 3, Nico 3, Taric 3, but you can only do it if you're like super duper 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 rich in one game. So if you get a game where you get like golden ticket, you could skip the Soraka, go straight for 3 cost, but that doesn't happen all the time. If you're in like a silver or gold augment game, it can often be difficult to go for like a 3 cost. That's why you settle for the Soraka. Also for items, you want a scaling item on Soraka. Archangels is like of utmost importance, and then Gunblade very solid for any sort of scaling items. You may notice like how come some carries in the backline have Gunblade and sometimes they don't. Generally, if you have a scaling item, Gunblade becomes a little bit better. However, sometimes in TFT you have to build whatever items you can, so oftentimes if you have a situation where you have a buildable item, you typically just do it even if it's like not the perfect thing ever, because you always have to kind of adapt to whatever you have in your hand. Next build up we have is Azir Flex. Azir Flex, again, we talked about it before. Nasus, Jarvan, Azir. 3 attack speed items, and then some random crap to complement him. This one is a little bit of rocket science because you do have to figure out like which units fit with which, because you want to just flex the board. The whole point of playing flex is that your boards are cheaper than others, not in terms of the overall value that you're getting, but in terms of the price you paid. So it's like sometimes you go to like a luxury store and something's on sale and you buy it, but maybe you don't need it or something like that. It's not the item you want, but it's still like worth a bunch of money because it's from an expensive store. That's kind of what playing flex is like. You have to make do with what you get. You can only buy what's on sale. You can't really buy like exactly what you want unless you pay full price for it, which you're trying not to do, right? You're trying to just get like good deals. That's kind of what playing flex is like, at least. But maybe not the best analogy, but it gets the point across. Next up we have is Challengers. This is okay comp right now. Decent with the +1 from Earth. Nothing crazy. There isn't really that great of use of the Challenger emblem, at least from what I found so far. It doesn't hit quite as hard as like a Demacia, for example. You're not like celebrating that you got a Challenger spat, but it is still decently playable. No one goes for Kai'Sa, so you get her for free, and she's actually not that horrible, so that's what you got going for yourself whenever you're going for this comp. But yeah, 4 cost comp, standard leveling pattern, Kai'Sa, Jarvan, and Fiora. Man, I'm really excited to update the leveling guide for next set because they actually are changing a bunch of stuff. They're adding in level 10 for set 10. So if that's of interest to you, when the set comes out, you want to get notified on like when all the new guides come out, the leveling guide, beginner guide, everything. Of course, you should be probably subscribing below, especially if you made it this far through the video. Next up we have is Demon Flare Swain. Only play this with a Demon Flare augment. Get 3-star Swain, roll at level 6, get like Swain 3. Hopefully you pick up like a bunch of Vel'Kozes, maybe a bunch of Tarics. Sometimes you could go for a Taric and Vel'Koz 3 as well. If not, just go for the regular Sorc build with Silco, and then you're going to be fine. Titans on Swain can be incredible. Bloodthirster is great because he has a big health pool. But honestly, a lot of different items can work on Swain. You could build like generic tank items on him too. That's going to be absolutely fine. But definitely Titans is going to be your best bet if you can help it. Other than that, obviously +1 sorks are going to help you a ton. Anything that gives you kind of like combat augments or anything that's good with like rerolls, because that gets you your Swain 3 a little bit faster, all those are going to be fine and dandy. This is a solid build. I wouldn't say it's like absolutely auto take, like never auto take the Swain augment unless you get like a ton of Swains in the early game. But you kind of have to keep that in mind whenever you're playing that. We're not going to go over B and C tier right now because this is going to be like the last video we have for the meta snapshot in set 9.5. And honestly, probably shouldn't be playing those comps.
Oh, fuck, what do I want here? I need to replace Darius with Fiora, but I can't find a freaking Fiora.
Which became known as the 6-Day War. Israel claimed as a preemptive strike in the face of...
But if you really do want to play those comps, always check out the meta snapshot on bunnymuffins.lol/meta, because that's where they're always going to be. It's the longest player run meta snapshot or like tier list, and I've updated it pretty much every week. We only skip like maybe 1 week a set, which is typically in the very last week. And I think a problem with a lot of other TFT tier lists is that they get like outdated if the creator gets like a little lazy. So we don't do that around here. We only skip 1 week, which is like the very last week of the set, which no one really cares about. And I've been doing this for like, I think like 4 years now. So that's something that's pretty cool. Some of you have been there like all the way from the start. Some of you have joined
I can't find any of the things
as you
I
like
need.
started
I myself
TFT
over.
throughout the years. And obviously, I thank everyone for watching because I would not be able to do this without you all. But of course, everyone who does watch this a lot knows everything is available on the website. So if you are new, definitely want to check that out because there are a lot more notes in there. And in the next set, I'm going to be adding like detailed pages for each individual comp that go beyond what's in the meta snapshot for people who want like even more information. And it's going to be all free just on the website. So again, that's probably going to be happening in set 10. Hopefully.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. I should make the Bloodthirster. Jeez, this guy is trying to fuck with me and counter me in Void, taking all my Kai'Sas, taking all my shit. Fucker. Need a rapid fire cannon. Give me that, give me that, give me that. Oh, fuck yeah. I need a Fiora badly.
Plan invasion. The war lasted 6 days. Israel victory. The UN passed resolution 2, which was the enemy
Set 9 is going to...
Damn. Okay, well, if anybody can find this, I'd be curious, but regardless.
With precision, Israel frankly admitted, because the evidence is overwhelming, that they fired the first shot. However, they claim that they had a right to launch the attack on the neighboring Arab countries, they being Egypt, Jordan, and Syria. And their argument went something like this. Ali Agin, who was the foreign minister of Israel at the time, in his memoir, he had a famous chapter called "To Live or to Die." To live or to die. And in this chapter, he builds up a scenario such that Israel had no choice. So He says, number one, that Egypt had sealed the Straits of Tiran. That's a waterway that led to a port in Israel's south. And he said, in his famous metaphor, he said, after the sealing of the Straits of Tiran, Israel was now breathing with one lung. Then he said, Egypt had moved approximately 100,000 troops into the Sinai,
Yes.
the Egyptian Sinai, and they were poised to attack. And then he said, at the end of May, Egypt signed a joint agreement with Jordan, an alliance aimed at Israel. So he takes this accumulation of facts. Israel is breathing with one lung. Egypt is poised to attack. It has 100,000 troops in the Sinai. At the end of May, an agreement is struck between Egypt and Jordan. A defense pact is struck between them. And he says, when you take this accumulation of facts, that Israel had no option but to attack. And it fired the first shot. Now, as it turned out, it's easy to demonstrate that all of the claims Israel made were flat out false.
James Crawford, Destiny is on the left wing. He's basically a neocon, moderate Republican that likes big government with hawk foreign policy. Okay.
But that's not going to concern claims Israel made were flat out false.
Let's go.
But that's not going to concern me now.
Wait, which one of those claims is false? Did Egypt not mobilize troops on the border? Did Egypt not sign a defensive pact with Jordan?
You're not taking
Did
up my
Egypt not
Baron,
close
boy.
those straits? What does he mean by each of those claims was false? I'm curious.
Extensively documented it in various publications, as have many other historians, in particular Israeli historians.
What?
But that's not going to concern me now. My point is, were the facts true that Israel was facing a to live or to die situation? Were those facts true? Then it would seem to me that Israel would have a case for firing the first shot. In fact, if you go back and look at the record, very few people immediately after the war, when the facts were not yet known, except everybody knew Israel launched the attack and fired the first shot, very few people were willing to criticize Israel because the facts seemed to convey as Abba Egan put it, or a do or die situation. So I would say that in the case of Russia and Ukraine, the facts are true. Those facts being, number one, from 1989, which is true. Those facts being, number one, from 1989, which is not a short time ago at this point. Quite a few people on the screen now were not even born in 1989. From 1989, every Russian leader, bar none, was calling for a halt to NATO expansion, or was told, this was at the very beginning, or was promised that there would not be a NATO expansion.
And
that fact to me, you can go through all the technicalities of whether it was a verbal agreement, whether it was a written agreement, what the archives show. That to me is of secondary importance.
NATO's not attacking
It was
Russia.
clear from the get-go, beginning with Gorbachev in 1989, that the Russians understood there would not be a NATO expansion. And from the moment the NATO expansion began, the Russians were constantly remonstrating to stop the NATO expansion.
From 89, can somebody help me understand this? Why would we be talking about, and I could just be wrong, why would we be talking about NATO expansion in 89? Was there any place for NATO to expand to? NATO versus Warsaw Pact, 1991, 1990 map? Like how many other countries could it even expand to? Like pretty much every country. What do we have in here? We've got like Yugoslavia, Austria, and the Czech Republic. Oh, and then I guess Sweden and Finland. There's like not much more room to expand here. Like basically everybody's taking sides. Is NATO expansion really like a massive thing at this point? I don't even know if that. I just don't. I don't know where these quotes come from. I feel like every single time somebody talks about NATO expansion, all they bring up is that 1 inch eastward quote from Baker. That's the only thing that they cite. But I feel like if you look at the time period, I just don't know if the expansion of NATO makes much sense. Because like you've got your non-aligned countries, you've got your first and second world, and then there's not much else to happen, right? Like, but I don't know. Okay.
Number two, after the, let's just call it, because I don't want to get into a quarrel on semantics. After the non-constitutional change of government in Ukraine in 2014, after that non-constitutional change of government in Ukraine
You mean
in
the
2014,
revolution?
He calls it non-constitutional, but elections were held after, oh my god, I've forgotten all the names. Not Poroshenko. After, Euromaidan, the ousting of Yanukovych. After Yanukovych fled, they did their little parliamentary thing to say, okay, well, our leaders abandoned us, but then they held elections. It's not like it was an actual, like, installation of a different military dictator or installation of a new dictator. Like, they did elections.
a significant part of the Ukrainian government, formal and informal, when that was now
what's going on,
composed.
everyone? We have some comps to try out in set 10 on the PvE if you're able to get onto the server. Obviously, there's not going to be a meta snapshot for PvE because we're just trying to have fun there. We're trying to experiment with what's going on with the new game. And they're also making patches every single day, so there's always going to be new stuff to kind of try. But here are some of the 10 more interesting comps that you can kind of check out. 10 for set 10. We have Punk, Olaf reroll. We have Yasuo reroll. You could be like a Olaf and Yasuo one trick if you want. They're kind of like the very similar things. Twisted Fate, Disco Dazzler. This one's pretty fun. Emo reroll, Seraphine reroll, Rapid Fire Bruisers, Pentakill, Ezreal Bruisers, and Heartsteel reroll. So let's just get into them. Punk is really fun for reroll because Punk actually reduces the cost of your shop, and that way you could get like a lot more rerolls. You could do something like Pantheon, Vi, Twitch, and Jinx reroll. Very powerful stuff. You could do like Jinx or Twitch as your main carry, depending on who you get to 3-star first. Pantheon, generally going to be the main tank though. Just generic tank items on him. You could kind of supplement this comp with some of the other traits you see here, such as Country, Executioner, Guardian, Masha, and Rapid Fire, just to boost up your carries a little bit more. Boost up your main tanks a little bit more too. But overall, you're just going to be doing a reroll pattern here. So pretty much, you're just going to reroll at stage 3-1 at level 4 for as many Jinxes and Vi's as possible. Then afterwards, once you get them to 3-star, level up, get Pantheon and Twitch to 3-star as well. And that's pretty much going to be the bulk of your team. Just fill in random synergies to complement everyone after that. Obviously, if you're going to 3-star someone, try to itemize them. Don't 3-star someone and then not itemize them. It just isn't that effective use of time. Next up, we have is Olaf reroll. I actually have a replay of this if y'all want to check that out. Olaf is incredibly powerful. Just get a bunch of the stacking items on him. Rageblade, Titan's Resolve, I think are like very important. You could do a healing item. He does have some built-in healing.
Damn, this new set looks interesting.
Like a Bloodthirster or no Bloodthirster, but even with healing, Bloodthirster is still nice because you get a nice big shield on him. With 6 Brawler, you're going to get like a very big shield with that item. You could also try other items such as like Quicksilver because he is going to be a melee unit up in the front and being a little risky there. Obviously, with Olaf reroll, you want to get Tom Kench 3-star as well. They're both 1-cost units, so follow like the 1-cost reroll leveling pattern. I'll be redoing all the leveling guides coming up in the new set once it comes out. I want to see all the leveling changes through once they're on live and then use that as kind of like a guide to play the rest of the set. After you get all the brawlers in, Pentakill is definitely going to be something you want because they increase Olaf's attack speed even further and gives him a bit more damage, so you can fill that in with like something like Kale and Gnar are both Pentakills, and they're relatively cheap. You can kind of fit them in whenever. But yeah, same exact leveling pattern as the previous comp, but next comp up, another reroll build, Yasuo reroll. I promise it's not all reroll, it's just what's popular right now, but Yasuo gets stacks of attack damage starting from the very beginning of the game. Very incredible stuff, because the earlier you get him, the stronger he's going to be. Very similar build to the Olaf. You want like a Quicksilver, Titans, Bloodthirster. The healing's a little bit more necessary on Yasuo. I probably wouldn't even play him without it, but since you're going for Yasuo 3, might as well go for Kennen 3, and then for the later parts of the game, Senna can kind of help out as well. You want like the true damage to get Yasuo really poppin', and of course Edgelord because he also is an Edgelord. Ironically, Edge and Knight is a pretty good item on Yasuo as well. So if you want to like just be a complete Edgelord and build Edge and Knight, it's something that's very possible. Just replace QSS with that. The same reroll pattern there, generic tank items on.
Okay.
Of representatives of Nazi or far-right organizations,
Set
which
9
were
is going
fanatically anti.
What?
Of Nazi or far-right organizations, composed part of the Ukrainian government, formal and informal, when that was now composed of representatives of Nazi or far-right organizations, which were fanatically anti-Russian. Now, I'm not going to go into the percentages, but...
Bro, wasn't it like, didn't the far-right party have like 1 seat in 2014? Was it 1 seat? What are we talking about here?
In my opinion, it's not open to debate that, because it's a factual matter, that critical security and military positions in the government after the unconstitutional change of government belong to far-right Nazi parties. That's fact number 2.
And that's just not open for debate? Who are the far-right Nazis? Who are the far-right Nazis in Ukraine controlling critical defense infrastructure?
Fact number 3 was Russia made clear that the expansion of NATO to Georgia and Ukraine would be red lines for them.
Well, good thing Georgia didn't join fucking NATO because Russia fucking invaded them. And good thing Ukraine didn't join NATO because Russia fucking invaded them. How can you say that countries joining NATO is a red line? It's a casus belli for us to attack. Destiny, I mean, it was unconstitutional, but it's such a bad argument that Putin himself welcomed the elections and recognized the transition, which should always be brought up. Those who say it was invalid because it was formally unconstitutional are more extreme in the case of Putin was. Also, when you say it was unconstitutional, I believe that the initial way, you have to qualify that. My understanding is that the initial way that they declared that Yanukovych had like abandoned the government, that initial part didn't actually go by the process that it was supposed to. That part, I don't think you could argue. I think that part was inarguably unconstitutional. But it's not like that followed with the installation of a random like dictator or leader. Like they resumed and they held elections post 2014, and that's where the new leadership came from. The actual deposing of Yanukovych, I believe that part was unconstitutional because it didn't follow the letter of how they were supposed to do it. But then they held elections afterwards. That's a critical thing to bring up. Okay, I think that's incredibly critical. To just call the entirety of it unconstitutional, you're clearly trying to work in bad faith against what happened in that circumstance.
In particular with Ukraine, Russia and Ukraine share about a 1,000-mile border. I can't remember now if it's 1,000, I think it's 900-mile border. And there was significant concern about U.S. NATO missiles being placed along that border within 5 minutes distance of key Russian cities. Beyond that, there was the attempts again by Russia at the end of December 2021 going into February 2022 of proposing various diplomatic settlements of the conflict. And the steady response of the NATO head, Jens Stoltenberg, to every proposal that was made by Russia, Stoltenberg replied, and here I'll give you as close as I can to a verbatim statement. He said, "Everything between NATO and any other government is our business, not yours."
True.
And the Russians made 2 proposals.
I like how he goes to 1989 in discussions about NATO expansion in 1989, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure most of those discussions, or at least everything that I've ever seen, when you go back and you read the original declassified documents, everything about NATO expansion and all of that really just had to do with the reunification of Germany, and especially the stationing of weapons in East Germany, which I believe to this day is still demilitarized. I could be wrong. That might have changed recently, but that was the huge deal, was the reunification of Germany and the expansion of NATO and military installations in East Germany. That was the huge thing. But also, 88, 89, 90, we're taking talks back then between the Soviet Union and the United States. That's stretching forward to justify an invasion into Georgia in 2005? That's stretching forward to justify an invasion to Ukraine in 2014? What?
One to NATO and one directly to the U.S. And the response by NATO was, we will not promise that missiles will not...
Was it 2008? I thought the conflicts in Georgia started in 2005. Georgia, conflicts, Russia. 2008 was the invasion. Didn't shit start 3 years earlier? I thought it did. I might just be making that up.
That's fine.
Yeah, never mind. Okay, 2008, not 2005. I might have made that.
Stationed in Ukraine, they said, we reserve the right to station defensive missiles. Now, when you're within 5 minutes of Russia's major cities, the distinction between offensive and defensive missiles, I think, but I'm not a military person.
Oh, thank you for this page. Israel's Air Force attacked Jordan's and Syria's aircraft in the manner it had done to Egypt's, and by the evening of June 5th, it destroyed the air warfare capacity of all 3. Messages sent by the U.S. telling Israel did not plan to limit its sector. Wait, this is a totally new claim I've never seen before. Wait, what's the source for this claim? Hold on. Messages intercepted by a U.S. intelligence ship, according to Wilbur Crane Eveland of the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, indicated that Israel did not plan to limit its attacks to Egypt. Israel intercepted and doctored Egypt's communications to Jordan and Syria, Eveland said, to make them believe Egypt had repelled Israel's invasion. Wait, is that true? What is this footnote on 29? My understanding was that, or at least what I've read, was that Egypt misrepresented how that air battle went to Jordan. This is saying that Israel actually intercepted and doctored those messages to mislead Egypt. Is that true? This is the book. Here are the remaining pieces of that chapter. Believe that chance, so they continue fighting. By the time a ceasefire was effected on June 8th, Israel took the West Bank, got stripped the Sinai Peninsula. Charged Israel with aggression. As the Israel, Israel claimed that Egypt struck first by the consulate in the early hours this morning at the same time. Next day, Foreign Minister Abba Iban repeated this version of events at the council in the morning. In fact, Egypt had not attacked by land or air, and none of its aircraft had approached Israel. Neither the Security Council nor the General Assembly could take a stand on the hostilities. The United States, according to President Lyndon Johnson, was aware that Israel had initiated the hostilities, but it supported Israel's claim that Egypt attacked it. With its permanent members split on the issue, the Security Council condemned neither side for the aggression. The General Assembly on July 4th defeated a Soviet proposed resolution would have named Israel the aggressor on July 7th. On July 7th, Eshkol acknowledged that Israel had struck first. This is a month later, abandoning Israel's position that Egypt had initiated the hostilities, because it was June. But Eshkol said Israel's attack... Okay, so this was a month later that they acknowledged the attack first? Is that how much time passed? Whose... wait, whose book is this? 1967... Wait, can somebody tell me the author of this book is? I'm just curious, just so I know. Appearances often are deceiving. John Quigley. The source that he cites for this is International Law and Outbreak of War in the Middle East, 1967, Orbis, Volume 11, page 692. Damn, can you find that for me? Huh, okay, that's interesting. I did not know that was true. Sorry, okay, back to this.
I think any reasonable person would say that distinction is meaningless. And secondly, NATO responded that we will station troops in Ukraine, not on a permanent basis, but on a rolling basis. That means we'll station some troops, then replace them with other troops, then replace them with other troops. Permanent defensive missiles, I think, stationed in Ukraine, they said we reserve the right to station defensive missiles. Now, when you're within 5 minutes of Russia's major cities, the distinction between offensive and defensive missiles, I think, but I'm not a military person, I think any reasonable person would say that distinction is meaningless. And secondly, NATO responded...
Hold on, is that... I thought that, was it under Obama or Biden? I thought, didn't we explicitly allow Russians into these missile installations to investigate whether or not they felt like the installations were being misused? I thought the United States had explicitly allowed Russia weapons investigators to come in and check specifically for. It wasn't for Ukraine though. It might have been in the Baltics. Was it part of the SALT agreements? Strategic Arms Limitation Talks. SALT 1 and SALT 2. I only know this from Metal Gear Solid. But okay.
That we will station troops in Ukraine, not on a permanent basis, but on a rolling basis. That means we'll station some troops, then replace them with other troops, then replace them with other troops. But the bottom line is clear. There will be NATO missiles and NATO troops stationed in Ukraine. Now, I'll say for the last point of the comparison. And the last point of the comparison is this. When Abin made his speeches at the UN, Abba Abin, the Israeli foreign minister, when he made his speeches, he kept referring back to the Nazi Holocaust and the extermination of between 5 and 6 million Jews. And he was saying that Israel now faces another Holocaust. So that served as the backdrop. That served as the backdrop for his defense of Israel to launch the attack. Now, as I said, if you go through the evidence, everything Abba Abin said about the blockade of the Straits of Tiran, about the Egyptian troops in the Sinai, about the pact with Jordan, all of it was nonsense.
What does he mean when he says all of that was nonsense? Is he saying none of that happened, or that they weren't good justifications or causes for war? I really wish he would expand on that.
However, it served to make a compelling case. And I say Just as Israel had the right to invoke the backdrop of the Nazi Holocaust, Russia has the right to invoke the fact that 27 million, that's the current number, 27 million Soviet people were exterminated during World War II.
By who? By NATO? What is the comparison? The Holocaust happened 20 years before the Six-Day War. 20 to 25 years before the Six-Day War. World War II was like 80 years or 70 years before. And what is that? How are we even involved? What are we even talking about? Wait, what? I need to invade Ukraine because we lost 20 million plus civilians to Nazi Germany, a country that doesn't exist anymore, when Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union at the time? What are we even talking about?
Russia on the east, Germany on the Eastern Front fought a war of extermination. They wanted to create what they called Lebensraum, living space for Germans, an expanding German population, and so they proceeded to engage in a war of annihilation, a war of extermination. And the Soviet people suffered a loss, not quite the magnitude of the Nazi Holocaust directed at Jews, but certainly of a magnitude which, in my opinion, justified its right to say, sorry, Mr. Stoltenberg, but stationing missiles in Ukraine on our border, which in a matter of time almost certainly be nuclear-tipped missiles, it is our business. It is our business. And in light of that, I believe they have the right to attack. Should they have? I don't know. I'm not a military person. But I don't accept the argument because I do not believe it makes logical sense. I do not accept the argument that, yes, it's true. Russia provoked. Yes, it's true. Russia provoked. Yes, it's true. Russia provoked. But then after listing the 10,000 Russian provocations, we then hear, but the invasion was criminal. That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't compute. Unless you can show me a significant option, a significant non-violent diplomatic option that Russia had but didn't exercise. If you can show me a significant option that Russia had but didn't exercise, then of course my argument is not compelling. But so far as I could tell, all I heard was Russia needed to give more time to diplomacy. More time to diplomacy. I'm thinking to myself, more time to diplomacy. I should think more than 30 years, 3 decades.
Russia had the opportunity to join NATO, but they didn't want to go through the process.
And if they missed one possible option, one tiny option, which I don't even know what it is, but if they missed it, I find it far-fetched in the extreme. Far-fetched in the extreme, given that track record that the U.S. or NATO would have agreed to it. I see no basis for that fact. The U.S. was determined with NATO. They were determined to subordinate Russia, to put Russia in a position that it would have to accept any ultimatum coming from the U.S. and NATO, or else face military might on its border. And there is no way, in my opinion, that any offer the Russians made, short of surrender, would have evoked a positive reaction from the West. I see no evidence of that. Okay, now...
we live in totally different realities. I don't even know who's like attached to the planet right now. I don't think the analogy holds, though it is worth bringing up as a possibility. Russia had already seen the evidence of Ukrainian brutality in the Donbass. Over 14,000 people had been killed between 2014 and 2022. They also knew that Ukraine was planning a major offensive to take in the region beginning on February 16, 2022, and had been positioning soldiers there for that offensive. Yeah, it's in their country. That's their country. That's inside their country. Thus, as a preemptive attack, Russia had more justification than Israel did in 1967. The Donbass is not part of Russia. There was clear evidence of a need for a humanitarian intervention. The only reason that war was continuing was because Russia was arming everybody in it's Luhansk and Donetsk. Donetsk? How do you pronounce these? Luhansk. Fuck, I can't pronounce this shit. And Donetsk. Fucking give it to me. Luhansk and Donetsk. These two areas. And in early phases of the war, I saw an interview with another American scholar on politics on the CGTN network who said the same thing. Oh, well. Officially they weren't. Maybe officially they weren't, but everybody knew they were. Also, that 14K number includes literally all deaths in 8 years of conflict, including Ukrainians, Russian soldiers, and civilians. Yes. Jesus. Okay, sorry. What a wild dive. He wholesale denies that Hamas uses human shields. Is this do we need to like find like more sources on this? I'm pretty sure I see like every other day there's like stories of like, and even in the past, that Hamas is just like avowedly, they don't even hide it. I don't think Hamas even denies it, that they store weapons in schools, that they use hospitals as military bases, or are we like denying all of it? Are we saying none of this is true?
Not to focus on Amy Schumer again, but I think her social media is illustrative of a certain perspective that we're seeing. And there's so much Hasbara out there, which is like explanation.
Yeah, explanation
yeah.
in the sense of propaganda.
Right, yeah.
It's a thin line between explanation and propaganda.
Yeah. So she shared this infographic, Instagram thing. Everyone is asking what is going to happen to innocent civilians in Gaza. Where can they go? Israel stands. Israel wants to evacuate as many innocent civilians from Gaza as possible. Why? Israel intends to minimize civilian casualties. Hamas intentionally embeds itself within civilian areas, making it exceptionally difficult for Israel to target them without harming civilians. Israel often refrains from striking Hamas targets like hospitals and schools where it knows Hamas is hiding or holding weapons. The IDF routinely warns civilians to evacuate before it bombs and gives locals detailed instructions on how to evacuate.
Okay, I'm going to just stop you there. I would say the last 40 years of my life, about 80% was devoted to reading human rights reports. Not once, not twice. I read most of them around 3 times. So I can say with a certain amount of certitude that the statements I'm going to make to you now have a lot of documentary authority. Yes. They command a lot of documentary authority.
Not
if you take the case of the human shielding, you go back and you look, for example, I'm taking one example, there are many. If you take the case of human shielding, Amnesty International, after Operation Cast Lead, put out an extensive report. It was titled 22 Days of Death and Destruction. And it looked at the question of human shielding, because that came up already in 2008 during Operation Cast Lead. Yeah, it was a huge talking point.
And still is, yeah.
Amnesty International found that there was no evidence that Hamas had engaged in human shielding. However, that's only half the story. The other half of it is there was extensive evidence that Israel engaged in human shielding. It forced Palestinians to sit by tanks and artillery as they were fired. It walked Palestinians and fired from the shoulders of Palestinians. It stood in windows, it puts the Palestinians in windows and fired behind them. So Ms. Schumer is twice wrong. There was no evidence on the strict issue of human shielding that Hamas engaged in it. There is a lot of evidence that Israel engaged in it. Human shielding is a narrow term. I should say it's a term of art. It doesn't have like a scientific precision, but it usually means when you conscript a civilian to commit an unwanted act in the course of war. Is there evidence that Hamas fired weapons? It's a separate issue in the human rights literature, though I acknowledge these are not scientifically precise terms. Did Hamas fire from areas which were densely populated? And the answer is yes. However, in general, there was no, this is Gaza.
Yeah, it's a very dense place.
There wasn't a place to fire from. And I'm not going to go into all the technical points because there's so many gradations. Right. In my book, I go through each gradation one by one to cover all possible challenges.
It's one thing that is very sus. I'm just reading through this. One thing that's like very sus also is he's quoting one document for 22 days of conflict as well, which is this is a much more specific claim than the one that he's defending here, that Hamas never uses human shields because of this one report that he's citing.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
He's talking about Operation Cast Lead. So here's I'm going to send you a case law link from International Committee of the Red Cross. Hamas absolutely used human shields in this conflict. If you see that link I sent you.
What, hold on. Why would you think Amnesty International disagreed?
Well, did they actually? What did they say?
I don't know. I'm scrolling through, but they're making the argument that like when Israel was advancing through territory, they didn't evacuate civilians from their houses. So they're making the argument that Israel was using human shields. But
my guess is
they're
and
saying
sometimes
that
you can see,
it seems like they're saying Palestinians or Hamas didn't use human shields.
My guess is you won't find them saying that, or they're just contrary information. But like, if you go to like, do you see the link that I sent you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I'm real quick. I'm control of. I'm like 22 to 4. I'm just looking for the human shields here.
Okay.
But positions in and around Palestine. Okay, sorry. Okay. Some of the properties targeted in the Israeli air bombardment campaign or in other attacks by Israeli forces may have been used to store or manufacture rockets whose destruction would not violate international humanitarian law. In other cases, destruction of and damage to homes and other civilian property resulted from armed confrontations between Israeli forces and Palestinian militants after Israeli forces entered Gaza on the 3rd of January and took positions in and around Palestinian villages and the outskirts of towns. In these areas, both Israeli forces and Palestinian militants used Palestinian homes and other civilian properties as combat positions. However, in reality, the targeting military objectives and incidental damage resulting from such attacks or from armed confrontations account for only some of the overall devastation. Okay, so this makes it sound like they did use human shields to some extent. And that's if I don't read the stuff earlier saying that, but families, human shields. Sorry, okay, you can talk if you want. Go ahead.
If you go to the link that I sent you, and you go to point 169, that's the funniest one to me. It's kind of in a very sad way, but yeah.
Control F 169. Am I missing something? Are you sure?
It's like, I think you can't control F.
Oh, because it's the formatting of the page. During the Gaza operations, Hamas frequently commandeered the homes of civilians as temporary bases to attack Israeli forces. What about this?
Like they commandeered people's houses to use as military bases. It's like.
Yeah, I thought this was just accepted, but who's this? Who's reporting this? What is Casebook? What is this website?
It's International Committee of the Red Cross. They're kind of like there's like, I think the two big people you read for cases for international law and like when it comes to wars, I think is ICC and ICRC.
Okay.
But yeah, they've got like a whole thing here. This is from the same operation he's talking about, and they go through a whole thing of like numerous different examples of where they spend more time actually condemning Hamas than they condemn Israel in this, although they condemn a few Israeli actions, just for the amount of times that they put all their stuff in mosques and schools and buildings and shit like that.
Okay, also, yeah, never mind, hold on. This Amnesty International thing might be more, this might be more critical of Israel than Hamas, but I don't think it agrees with how Norman Finkelstein cited this. I control F'd it to look for this particular thing. He's saying that they said Hamas did not use human shields, but I mean, like, it seems like the Amnesty International report that he cited disagrees with. Hamas and other armed groups also endangered Palestinian civilians by failing to take all feasible precautions in the conduct of their military activities, notably by firing rockets from residential areas and storing weapons, explosives, and ammunition in them. They also mixed with the civilian population, although this would be difficult to avoid in the small and overcrowded Gaza Strip, and there's no evidence they did so with the intent of shielding themselves. I don't know what evidence you're looking for there, but the extremely high population density in Gaza, a small territory and one of the most densely populated places in the world, that's not true, entails additional challenges for all the parties involved in conflict or armed confrontations. Notwithstanding these difficulties, Hamas and other armed groups have an obligation to avoid conduct which, by intent or through recklessness, exposes the civilian population to danger, and have an obligation not to use the civilian population as a cover for their military activities. Intentionally using civilians as shields, or to shield a military objective offered to as using human shields, is a war crime. Hamas and other Palestinian groups endangered civilians by firing rockets from populated residential neighborhoods. In one case, local residents told Amnesty International that Hamas fighters had fired a rocket at night from the courtyard of a government school in the center of Gaza City during Operation Cast Lead when the schools were closed, and that the fighters were killed in an Israeli airstrike on the street as they were leaving the schoolyard. In another case, a resident saw Hamas fighters setting up a rocket launcher in the middle of a road in Gaza City at night. In another area of Gaza City, a resident showed Amnesty International delegates a place from where a rocket had been launched, a small patch of empty land some 50 meters from residential houses. Television footage from the Arabic TV station Al Arabiya broadcast during Operation Cast Lead also showed a presenter seemingly caught off guard, saying that she had just heard a rocket being fired from the street near the building which houses the TV station in the center of Gaza City. Okay, so he's just lying about this, or he's claiming to have read it and he didn't actually read it, or he just has no reading comprehension.
Yeah, I mean, because I made the claim about human shields a couple of weeks ago, and the most frequent pushback I got from it was that, like, oh, Finkelstein said otherwise. And I'm like, yeah, so
I've looked at
for that one he's talking about.
Yeah, I went down this stupid rabbit hole. This Finkelstein guy actually seems like he's fucking insane. Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I just thought he was like.
I think he's like academically discredited.
I looked into the academic discrediting, and it seemed kind of bullshit. Like when I looked at it, it seemed like he got discredited for bullshit reasons. Maybe I should go back and look over it. Like I felt like I was on his side for that discrediting stuff. But huh.
I mean, all I know him for really is that he makes people cry in fucking lecture halls. But yeah, I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, that one video that went viral or whatever, but he also believes that, like, it's interesting because I listened to a given analogy. He made the argument that Israel had absolutely no justification for thinking it was under threat to start the Six-Day War, but that if you use all the same conditions, Russia was fully justified in the invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, he's got some absolutely wild takes. He also said he had no sympathy for the dead journalists in the Charlie Hebdo building because they were basically poking and prodding at poor, sad Muslims with their comics. And yeah, he didn't have any sympathy when the shooter went in and killed 13 of them. Like,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, this
he was
guy,
one of the people who compared Gaza to the Warsaw Ghetto, right?
He might have. I think there might have been a thing, but yeah.
Where they went in and they were getting what, like 100, like 70, 100, like less than 200 calories a day. Yeah. And where people got like fucking, where diseases were endemic within like a month. Yeah, that's probably not the best comparison.
Okay.
Okay. Are you doing this? Are we doing a debate in like 10 minutes or? Did you get asked onto a thing?
Oh, fuck me, bro. I just saw this. I can, but I have to leave at 8:30 tonight, so I'll be there for like 30 minutes. But yeah, if we want to, yeah, I guess.
Okay.
All right.
Cool. I'll see you soon.
Yep. Otherwise, I can do it for tomorrow. Love you. Be careful.
Okay.
Human shielding is a narrow term. I should say it's a term of art. It doesn't have like a scientific precision, but it usually means when you conscript a civilian to commit an unwanted act in the course of war.
Oh, never mind. I missed this part. Oh, he's using an insanely narrow definition for human shield here. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So his definition of human shield is basically you tell a civilian you need to take up an arm and go fight, or you need to go do some military action or whatever.
Narrow term. I should say it's a term of art. It doesn't have like a scientific precision, but it usually means when you conscript a civilian to commit an unwanted act in the course of war. Is there evidence that Hamas fired weapons? It's a separate issue in the human rights literature, though I acknowledge these are not scientifically precise terms. Did Hamas fire from areas which were densely populated? And the answer is yes. However, in general, there was no. This is Gaza.
Yeah, it's a very dense place.
There wasn't a place.
Well, but he's making it sound like they just happen to fire from these areas, like because the whole place is densely populated. That's a little misleading, but.
To fire from, and I'm not going to go into all the technical points because there are so many gradations.
Right.
In my book, I go through each gradation one by one to cover all possible challenges.
Yeah.
Now, the evidence is overwhelming. In fact, I would say the evidence was shocking of Israel's targeting, not just of hospitals.
Sorry, people in chat are saying this is the legal definition of human shields. I don't believe that's right, but let's check. This is the International Humanitarian Law Database. Prohibition of human shields constitutes a criminal offense under the legislation of many states. It does not explicitly mention the use of human shields, but such practice is prohibited. Several military manuals. definition of human shields. The prohibition of using human shields in the Geneva Conventions, Additional Protocol 1, and the Statute of the International Criminal Court are couched in terms of using the presence or movements of civilians or other protected persons to render certain points or areas or military forces immune from military operations. If that's the definition of human shield, then I don't know where Norman Finkelstein is getting his definition from. Most examples given in military manuals, or which have been the object of condemnations, have been cases where persons were actually taken to military objectives in order to shield those objectives from attack. The military manuals of New Zealand and the United Kingdom give examples, the placing of persons in or next to ammunition trains. There were many condemnations of the threat by Iraq to round up and place prisoners of war and civilians in strategic sites and around military defense points. Other condemnations on the basis of the prohibition related to rounding up civilians and putting them in front of military units in the conflicts. Okay. The ICC also has another definition. Hold on. ICC, maybe, yeah, I don't know who we trust the most for. Boom, boom. Oh, utilizing the presence of, wait, this is the same thing we're on. This is the ICC, International Humanitarian Law Database. This is the ICC. No, this is the ICRC. IHL is usually a good source for, okay. Shields, okay. We have the indictments in the Karzik and Mel, okay. The International Criminal Tribunal for the former qualified physically securing or otherwise holding peacekeeping forces against their will. Potential NATO air targets, including ammunition bunkers, a radar site, and communication center, is using human shields. Can be concluded these human shields requires the intentional co-location of military objectives, civilians, or persons, or horrors day combat with the specific intent of trying to prevent the targeting of those military. Okay, so this is, yeah. Okay, so I don't know what definition, I don't know where he's getting his definition of human shield. His is incredibly precise, but.
Where there were no militants present. But what was particularly appalling was the targeting of the ambulances. Now, I will give you an example of what this targeting looked like. Israel would target a civilian home, no evidence that there were any Hamas militants present in the home. The home is struck, people run out, and when they run out, they call the ambulance. Israel waits for the ambulance to come and then fires rockets at the ambulance.
Hey, Warner Box just said, and Quibbles both said they'd rather schedule for 1 tomorrow.
Okay, we can do it tomorrow. Be careful, love you.
Alright, bye.
The most damning descriptions of what happened during those operations, they came from the Israeli soldiers. Go back and read, I'll give you the title slowly. Breaking the Siren. Read their, all they did was report what the soldiers told them. During Operation Protective Edge. So it's going to be roughly 2014 or 2015. I won't comment further. Read it yourself. I couldn't bear it. I was being ripped apart reading it. And bear in mind, these soldiers were not peaceniks. Not at all. They expressed no regrets. There was only one soldier in the 201 pages. That's what my memory tells me. I think it's right. Only one soldier in the 201 pages who expressed any regret. They were just matter of fact.
Destiny, war crime. Human shields at Article 8.2 Rome Statute of the ICC. Article 8.2b. Article 8. Article 8. War crimes. 8.2b. Are there serious violations of the laws, Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, are there serious violations of the laws and customs applicable in international armed conflict within the established framework of international law, namely any of the following acts? Intentionally directing attacks against the civilian population as such, or against individual civilians, not taking part in direct hostilities, intentionally directing attacks against civilian objects, intentionally directing attacks against personal installations, intentionally launching an attack, incident loss. Attacking or bombarding towns, villages, which are undefended and are not military objectives. Which part did you want me to read? Fuck. Okay, your message is gone. Okay. Alright, okay. I don't know why we needed to go through all this. Fuck me. Jesus Christ. Do you think I'm gonna have time to finish this today? I didn't need... Bro, fuck me. At least, listen, at least you could 100% get normal on stream. Yeah, I think Aaron was reaching out to him apparently, so we'll see if he wants to come on and chat, I guess. The Holocaust industry. UK historian David Irving claims that the Jewish Holocaust industry silences its critics by a combination of intellectual terrorism and moral blackmail, and he has taken some of his opponents to court to attempt to prove it. It seems he may have some persuasive arguments on his side. Keep in mind, this is the court case that, like, forever disgraced Irving as, like, a, like, sham historian. Irving was one of, like, the largest, like, Holocaust revisionists. He also made the claim that Hitler had no direct knowledge that any Jews were even being killed, that Hitler had no idea, because of some mistranslated documents and because of a fake document that he held onto longer than any other historian did. What was this called? Was it TB-48? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to remember this, but two central dogmas underpin the Holocaust framework. The Holocaust marks a categorically unique historical event and the climax of an irrational Gentile hatred of Jews. Although they became the centerpieces of Holocaust literature, neither figures at all in genuine scholarship on the Nazi Holocaust. Wait, what? On the other hand, both dogmas draw on important strands in Judaism and Zionism. The Holocaust uniqueness dogma became, according to Peter Novick, author of The Holocaust in American Life, axiomatic, a fetishism, and a cult in official Jewish discourse. No speech crime loomed larger than the use of the words Holocaust and genocide to describe other catastrophes. In an illuminating essay, historian David Stannard ridicules the small industry of Holocaust hagiographers, arguing for the uniqueness of the Jewish experience with all the energy and ingenuity of theological zealots. The uniqueness dogma makes no sense. Every historical event is unique, if merely by virtue of time and location, and every historical event bears distinct features as well as features in common with other historical events. What a worthless statement. How, bro, who are these people? Wait, I'm so fucking confused. What? I feel like I read shit. What a stupid sentence. The anomaly of the Holocaust is that its uniqueness is held to be crucial. What other historical events, one might ask, is framed largely for its categorical uniqueness? Typically, distinctive features of the Holocaust are isolated in order to place the event itself in a category apart. Novick dismisses this gerrymandering technique as intellectual sleight of hand, which entails deliberately singling out one of the more distinctive features of the events and trivializing or sweeping under the rug those features it shares with other events to which it might be compared. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're trying to make something unique, you're going to talk about the unique parts. Obviously, there are going to be things in common with other things as well, right? All Holocaust writers agree that the Holocaust is unique, but few, if any, agree why. Each time an argument... wait, hold on. This is my understanding. My understanding for why the Holocaust is considered unique is, one, was scope. It involved more people than any other directed Holocaust ever. Two, was ruthless efficiency. The parading of people into certain camps that were at efficiencies never seen in human history, not only working and killing people, but working, killing people, and cremating the bodies or hiding the evidence. Three was the fact that this wasn't just something that was happening as they invaded villages. This was something that, like, the military effort was being redirected to kill people. Like, trains and supply lanes were dedicated to shipping Jews to different places. Yeah, there was an ideological fervor even in newly invaded... Oh, God, I wish I remembered more. I'm pretty sure that when Hitler was even making agreements with other countries, that part of the agreement would required them to, like, Holocaust or ship part of their Jewish population to Germany. These are, like, the uniqueness of the Holocaust. Maybe there are other genocides that I'm not aware of that had, like, this same type of fervor behind it. The closest I can think of... maybe the Armenian genocide by the Turks, maybe, but I would have to get more into the Armenian genocide as well to know that, I guess, for how comparable it is. Every time an argument for Holocaust uniqueness is empirically refuted, a new argument is adducted in its stead. The result, according to Jean Mitchell-Chaumont, is multiple conflicting arguments that annul each other. Knowledge does not accumulate, rather, to improve on the former argument, each new one starts from zero. In other words, uniqueness is a given in the Holocaust framework. Proving it is the appointed task, and disproving it is equivalent to Holocaust denial. Perhaps the problem lies with the premise, not the proof. Even if the Holocaust were unique, what difference would it make? How would it change your understanding if the Holocaust were not the first, but the fourth or fifth in a line of comparable catastrophes? The most recent entry into the Holocaust uniqueness sweepstakes is Stephen Katz's The Holocaust in Historical Context, citing nearly 5,000 titles. In the first of a projected 3-volume study, Katz surveys the full sweep of human history in order to prove that the Holocaust is phenomenologically unique by virtue of the fact that never before has a state set out as a matter of intentional principle and actualized policy to annihilate physically every man, woman, and child belonging to a specific people. His argument is that an historical event containing a distinct feature is a distinct historical event. Only a flea's hop separates the claim of Holocaust uniqueness from the claim that the Holocaust cannot be rationally apprehended. If the Holocaust is unprecedented in history, it must stand above and hence cannot be grasped by history. It is unique because it is inexplicable and inexplicable. Wait, what would he say? Does he think that, like, the atomic bombings are not, like, a unique... Dubbed by Novick the sacralization of the Holocaust, this mystification's most practiced purveyor is Eli Wiesel. For Wiesel, Novick observes, the Holocaust is effectively a mystery religion. It leads into darkness, negates all answers, lies outside if not beyond history, defies both knowledge and description, cannot be explained nor visualized. No. What is the argument that he makes here, I guess? Destiny, after going down these rabbit holes, has consensus history ever been wrong, or is it generally safe to trust it? I think academic consensus history is generally safe, but I mean, you probably have to be careful, I guess, who you're reading from. Consensus is probably safe-ish, I would imagine.
There we go.
Not all revisionist literature is totally worthless. Lipstadt brands UK historian David Irving one of the most dangerous spokespersons for Holocaust denial, yet Irving has also made indispensable contributions towards explaining Nazism. And Arno Mayer, in his important study of the Nazi Holocaust, as well as Raul Hilberg, cite Holocaust denial publications. Even if the world is in the right, Mill wrote in his essay on liberty, it is always provable that dissentients have something worth hearing to say for themselves, and that truth would lose something by their silence. Jesus. Okay, I'm curious if I go back and I watch, because Finkelstein is like really famous for, made this one Jewish student cry. I wonder what her question was now.
Hi, yeah. During your speech, you made a lot of references to Jewish people as well as certain people in your audience, not Jewish people in general, but certain people, especially in your audience, to Nazis. Now, that is extremely offensive when certain people are German, and they're also extremely offensive to people who've actually suffered under Nazi.
Okay, she's a little soy, to be fair, she is.
I don't respect that anymore. I really don't. I don't like and I don't respect the crocodile tears
to the crocodile tears.
Now I'm curious what his speech was about, though. Now that I know he's fucking unhinged, I'm so curious what his comparisons were in his speech.
No, I'm sorry, folks. Allow me to finish, and allow me to finish. Listen, sir. Allow me to finish. Sir. I don't like to play before an audience the Holocaust card. But since now I feel compelled to. My late father was in Auschwitz. My late mother, please shut up. My late father was in Auschwitz. My late mother was in my concentration camp. Every single member.
She's like losing her mind, bro. Chill. What are you doing?
My family, on my father's side, the Jews did not take arms against my late father was in Auschwitz concentration camp. My late mother was in my concentration camp. Every single member of my family on both sides was exterminated. Both of my parents were in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And it's precisely and exactly because of the lessons my parents taught me and my 2 siblings that I will not be silent when Israel commits its crimes against the Palestinians. And I consider nothing more despicable than to use their suffering and their martyrdom to try to justify the torture, the brutalization, the demolition of homes that Israel daily commits against the Palestinians. So I refuse any longer to be intimidated or browbeaten by the tears. If you had any heart in you, you would be crying for the Palestinians, not for the Palestinians.
Jesus.
Jeez. I need a Megatron cloak. No fucking way he wants that. No fucking way he wants that. Come on.
Well, I tell you what, why don't we now switch to giving it a little bit of a chance for some audience questions. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to ask people to keep their questions brief. So if you go on for too long and it starts turning into more like a speech than a question, I might have to kind of wind things up a little bit. And we're not here to debate him. So you may have, really disagree with something you've heard him say online. But that's for another day, right? This is a chance to ask questions to learn more about debate and how to do it well and how to engage with other people. So we've got a microphone over here to the side. So if people want to queue up there, we can start getting some audience questions.
I'll ask you a quick question, actually. I'm kind of curious because you said that you were a debate champion, and was this college or high school level?
High school.
I'm just curious, what is your broad opinion on like online debate stuff, given that you have like I guess more of the academic background of it? Yeah,
well, I mean, I guess what I would say is it actually isn't something I'd really thought about much until I got asked to do this and started like watching some of your internet debates and kind of seeing how they work.
Sure.
And I guess what I would say is the kind of more formalized, structured debates I did had to be set up the way they were because there were competitive tournaments.
There were judges, yeah.
Right, and so things couldn't go for 4 hours. You needed, to do your best to get impartial judges and things like that. And so there's a whole set of conventions, and you learn to work within those conventions.
Okay,
I think part of what's interesting, right, is with the kind of internet debate you're doing, a lot of those conventions disappear.
Yeah.
Right.
And the judge is the audience. So.
Yeah, the judge is the judge is the audience, and the winning and losing is more ambiguous. Like, I would sometimes feel it was a gross injustice that I lost in a particular round, but objectively speaking, there would be an L, right, and I lost, right, because there was a design procedure. But I guess what I would say is I think it's interesting that in some ways internet debates are more like the real debates people have over Thanksgiving than the sort of debates I was doing in high school.
Gotcha.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi. Is this on? I don't think it is. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you, yeah. I don't know if the mic's on, but we can hear you.
Sorry, I got kind of a two-parter question, so I'll try to make it brief. So I did a little bit of research on you. You're from Nebraska, which is like generally, based on the statistics, a more Republican state than kind of like Iowa, a little bit more conservative. And then there's like a somewhat, it's not a high population of liberals there really, but you guys have pockets of them too. And I was wondering, like, you kind of spoke on it a little bit, how you kind of fence it and haven't like specifically picked one party or the other. And I know you've had some efforts in local government and just in that area. And I was wondering, like, what your opinions are on like how to be successful at a local level, and if like fence sitting is possible, or like in the state of Iowa, like our statistics are basically if you're not a conservative and you're not in the 3rd district, you're not going to get elected. And, well, Democrats in general.
I highly recommend this. Oh my God, I don't read books, but I've read this book, so I sound like I read, okay? There's a book by a guy named Eaton Hirsch called Politics is for Power. It's a really good book. Right now, especially for young people, but it's true for everybody, there is a fetishization of federal level politics, okay? Nobody knows who their mayor is. If you don't live in like Texas, California, or Florida, you don't know who your governor is, but everybody knows what Rashid Tlaib said. Everybody knows what AOC said yesterday. Everybody knows what Bernie Sanders said about the ceasefire, right? Because of this like hyperfixation on the federal level, there is an unbelievable amount of political power available for local people that want to get involved in city level politics. If you just start going to city council meetings, or you start talking to the people there, if you can get active, and geez, if you can get like 2 or 3 friends active, you will be shocked at how much political power is available on a local level, just because a lot of people aren't interested. There are cities where entire housing developments will get held up because there's like one retired 63-year-old lady that goes to every single city council meeting, knows every single person on the board, like gets coffee with half of these people and talks to them about it. I know in that book, in that Politics for Power book, there was a student union that tried to challenge like the old guard local Democratic Party, and I think by the end, when they were doing their vote process to find out who would take over, they got like 20 people, and it was enough to completely change, like in that particular city, like who their established people were to run like the little Democratic body there. So going to meetings and getting to know people and showing up and being a familiar face and getting involved at that level, at the local level, there is a lot of power there for individuals that are driven to participate. I highly encourage it. And oftentimes it is the most important stuff that we talk about that nobody seems to realize, right? Obama, Biden, Trump, none of these people could do anything related to BLM because police come from the mayor, right? The mayor chooses your chief of police oftentimes, and then the chief of police, and these are the people that run on special services and everything. So yeah, local politics, I would say, get involved, go to meetings, and you can do that, yeah. I recommend that book.
And then like the second part leadway into this, I'll try to make this quick. Do you know anything about like the pipeline being built, the carbon capture pipeline being built here in Iowa, and I think north? So Minnesota and 2 other states are involved. I think Nebraska's involved with it as well. It's like a carbon capture emissions pipeline. There's $8 billion involved with it.
No clue. I tend to like environmental stuff. I've heard really bad stuff about carbon capture projects. I don't know if they've gotten like more efficient or if the science has improved on that, but I don't know enough about it to like have a strong opinion. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah. I guess I just implore look into it because that stuff's cool. But
okay. Cool.
All right. Hi. So first thing, thank you for teaching me how to use like overlords correctly against Protoss players when I was younger.
Okay.
Really appreciate it. The second thing is like, so a lot of your experience in debate seems to come through like trial through fire. It feels like your strongest development as a debater kind of comes from your need to be able to self-reflect and make sure you're in tune with voices that are outside of yourselves. What do you think were like the strongest determining moments or like influences that caused you to develop that mindset and like constantly challenge dogmatism as it approaches?
I don't know, probably neglected as a kid too much. I'm not sure. I grew up very, very, very independent. My parents were always busy with stuff. They moved out when I was like 15, 16. So personally, in my like development, I've always been kind of independent. That's one thing. The second thing is I've always been. I'm a very non-cliquey person. Like, I had a ton of different types of friends in high school. I was a band kid, but I was friends with a lot of football players and wrestlers. I was friends with a lot of kids who did drama. Like, having a really wide friend group, and then being
Can't get any of the fucking items that I need. Fuck it. Wow. That's really strong.
Not super locked into a certain like political affiliation, I think has given me more flexibility than most to kind of figure out positions. And then also, when I was growing up from 15, 16, 17, all these things are like so personal to me that I don't know if they would apply to other people. I was raised Catholic, and I went to a Catholic private school and then a Jesuit high school. So I was very Catholic, but I became an atheist when I was like probably around 15, 16. On that journey to atheism, I had a friend recommend me Ayn Rand. So I read the short story Anthem, I think it was Atlas Shrugged, and then I started reading some of her essays, and I'm like, oh my god, this is the best stuff ever. And I realized after about 6 months, I was like, holy shoot. The first author that I started reading, I agreed with every single thing she said. Like, what are the chances that she just happens to have all of the right answers, or am I like a 16-year-old whatever, and if I start reading people, I'm just going to agree with everything immediately. So after I kind of became an atheist, and then I kind of realized I needed to refigure out life stuff, and then after I read Ayn Rand and realized, okay, it's very easy for me to get sucked into anything, I tried to have like a more detached, like critical sense of how I evaluate things, and I've tried to establish like a lot of little mental tricks to give myself like the best chance to succeed when it comes to evaluating new ideas. If I could think of 3 of these off the top of my head, one is I never identify strongly with an idea. I only identify strongly with a moral position. So for instance, I do not identify strongly with the policy of affirmative action, but I do believe strongly that equality and to some degree equity are important characteristics of the United States. But because I identify with those characteristics and not with affirmative action, I'm not going to get hung up if affirmative action ends up being, which some people would argue because of mismatch theory, whatever else, not the best policy. Because I'm more allegiant to these values, I can move away from bad positions. It gives me more emotional flexibility. That's one thing. The second thing is like being able to argue both sides of an issue is really positive. If you find that you're arguing an issue and you can't give the other side of the argument, you probably don't even understand your side that well. And then the third thing is, really important question, is for every single position you believe in, you should always be able to ask yourself, what would it take me to convince me that I'm wrong? And if you don't immediately have an answer to that, you're probably ideologically bought into something you don't fully understand. Those are like 3 things I learned, but yeah. So, yeah, it's a really complicated one, yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Hey, Steven, I was just wondering what your general purpose is for content making, and then more specifically, how do you use that to monitor who you talk to, what you put out, and like how your conversation forms? And I kind of have a follow-up depending on how you answer, but do you kind of understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I guess my goal kind of changes. I've become a little bit more, as I've got more popular and made more money, now I feel like I kind of have like a little bit more of a responsibility in terms of kind of disseminating certain like ideas, and I guess like the biggest goal that I have is I just hope that people that watch me kind of like inherit this idea of like, how do I be a little bit more independent with my thought, or how do I formulate and arrive at conclusions and critically think a little bit better. And when I say critical thinking, I'm referring specifically to like metacognition, like how do I observe my thoughts, not critical thinking like it's common sense, right? Those are the values that I try to impart on people more than anything else, and that's kind of the direction that I push myself in broadly. How that looks is obviously going to depend on my particular feeling. Like, do I talk to, like Nick Fuentes the Nazi, or do I blacklist this guy, or do I have a debate with this dude even though I know he's bad faith, or do I? It just depends on the time, I guess, how I'm feeling about certain things. But yeah. Okay.
And so when you're choosing which people to talk to and people are requesting you to talk to you, what details do you look at when you're trying to convey that message? And have there been any times when you're like, maybe I shouldn't talk to this person, it doesn't really do what I want to, or maybe I didn't pursue my actual goal in this conversation? If
I'm going to talk to somebody, usually number one is I have to make sure I'm prepared for the conversation, especially if I'm debating like Holocaust revisionists or historical revisionists, people with certain conspiracy theories, especially around vaccines and COVID were big ones. If I'm going to debate somebody, I want to make sure that I'm familiar with their work so that I know the arguments they're going to use, because if you get caught totally blindsided, you're legitimizing them in the eyes of your audience, definitely in the eyes of their audience, and unfortunately in the eyes of a lot of third-party people. So I try to make sure that I'm prepared for the topic. I try to make sure that the topic is, I don't know what another word for newsworthy, but like something that's worth debating. Like a lot of people kind of have this thought, like if somebody wanted to come and debate me because they felt like Taylor Swift and Jeffrey Epstein, were spending time together on the island with children or whatever. This is so absurd and out there. I don't think I care to debate this particular opinion, right? But if somebody has, I brought it up a lot, conspiracies relating to like COVID or vaccines or the deep state or stuff like that, well, these are things that are very, very, very popular. It's probably worth it to have those conversations, even if they're challenging and even if the other people might have thoughts that, I super disagree with, yeah?
Awesome, thank you.
Cool.
Hi, I was just wondering, are there any topics that you find it difficult to engage with in due to like emotional biases, and if so, how do you deal with that?
I hate to do the cringe woke thing, but like I think probably living like I'm a white person, I'm a guy, I'm pretty detached from a lot of kind of like the like impulse struggle in the United States. Like it's going to be pretty hard to hit me with like call me a cracker, I guess. I don't know. Like I'm not going to feel like a certain type of way about most things. So because of that, for a lot of social issues, I'm pretty easily detached from those, because at the end of the day, like white men probably aren't going anywhere in the United States. There's not like a system that's like coming after us or anything. For other more personal things, for me personally, again, because I'm a little bit on the sociopathic spectrum, most stuff doesn't bother me online, but I've been doing online content for 14 years, so people will throw my kid at me, my wife at me, whatever. I don't really care that much because usually they're losers. I think if you're an individual who's not a sociopath, which is most people, which is good, it's really important to identify what your limitations are for certain arguments, and it's important to identify the type of person you're arguing with, because you might not always be able to maintain a certain level of emotional stability against certain types of argumentative people. There are people out there whose only goal is to rally you up, because once your opponent is riled up, you've automatically won the conversation, especially if you can remain posh and chill and you look like cool and collected while they're freaking out. So if you can identify those types of people, and if you know you're likely to become unhinged, don't have those conversations. But that's up to an individual to identify what they can handle.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
What would you say are some of the topics and like views that you've changed your mind on, and what caused that change?
Topics or views that I've changed my mind on and what caused the change. Somebody earlier used the phrase trial by fire, which I think is good. There are some things that I've felt strongly about, but through like a lot of conversation and debate with people, I've slowly changed my mind on. I would say the biggest one that I usually go to, I'm trying to think. I think most of these are going to be me moving from probably left to right, unfortunately. But one would be, In 2016, I supported Bernie Sanders because I thought that lobbying and money in political elections, I thought was the most important issue in the United States, like corporate influence. I had one conservative guy that I debated, and he posed this question to me. He said, can you think of a single popular policy that has widespread support that Americans don't support, or that isn't getting voted on despite American support because of lobbying? And I actually didn't have a single answer there. There are a couple answers that are like tempting to say, like, oh, well, what about social health care? But when you get more granular in how you pull it, like, people don't actually agree on that. And then from there, I started to do more research into, like, well, how much money is spent in lobbying? And surprisingly, given the state of the U.S. economy, it's actually not that much money, you know, compared to our GDP or other industries. And then I look and I see, well, how much, you know, people, I wish I could remember the name. Is it Gillens and Page or Gillens and Clinton? There were a couple of papers I think that these guys published trying to prove that, well, actually, there's a huge expenditure by wealthy people, or there are political opinions that wealthy people have that tend to be more represented by the policies at the end of the day, but there's been a lot of responses to them when you look at it. At the end of the day, it actually doesn't seem to be that great. So, sorry, I just went into a huge tangent, but like, yeah, lobbying is something against your mind. I actually don't care that much about lobbying now. I feel like there are other things that are way more important to talk about. Lobbying is one of them. Affirmative action was one. I used to be a pretty big proponent of affirmative action. I read a lot about California and kind of like this idea of mismatch theory, and then the idea that like the really aggressive forms of affirmative action are probably not that great because of over-promoting people to schools that they're not able to perform well in, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure there are probably, I used to be very pro, this is, I think, from right though. I used to be very pro-life, and then I had a lot of philosophical debate about like what makes a human, and now I've become like pro-choice. Yeah, I think those are probably three big ones I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, hi. So a lot of your tactics assume that your opponent is a pretty irrational person or can't actually back up their arguments, or also may assume that the person might be doing more groupthink as opposed to personal direct trauma. How would you address a situation where either you find the person who's actually smarter and more well-researched than you had assumed, or alternatively, to give an example, like, you know, what if you debate with like Chloe Cole about puberty blockers who actually have personal trauma around it? Like, how would you deal with those situations?
Well, for people that are well-informed, we don't debate because we agree on everything, obviously. No, honestly, the funny thing is, if the person is really good faith, you can shut off a lot of like rhetorical strategies and defense mechanisms and debate tactics because they're just like, I probably had like 3 of these in my life where you have a debate partner, somebody you're arguing with, but like both of you have an ideological disagreement, but you're both like really committed to understanding the other side. So like at like those debates, there's a guy on my stream called Pisco who he's a lawyer in New York, and these conversations are so much fun because like for some of these, like we're both thinking of like insanely crazy hypotheticals, but we're also trying to steel man each other's position at the same time. So like the hypotheticals are getting crazier, but we're trying to understand where each other's coming from. We go back and forth, and it's like, I remember we argued about like self-defense, and there's like he's like, you're gonna kill anybody that steals a blade of grass, and I'm like, well, you're gonna kill anybody, or you're gonna let people infinitely steal from old women that can't defend themselves, and like it'll go back. Those conversations are super fun because at the end of the day, nobody's trying to like own the other person or employ like a trick or a tactic. So I don't think there's much like strategy to be had there. Like just have the conversation. Like usually it's fun. For people that have personal traumas with things, if you're going to have those conversations, you can either be really mean or you can just not have the conversation. It's very, 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 very difficult. No, hold on, that's not true. I'm an asshole. There are more options than that. It depends on the. First of all, it depends on the setting. If I'm having a conversation with somebody in a personal setting, and there's like an individual trauma around something, when people have like trauma or triggers, you have to be very empathetic or sensitive to what the triggers might be. You need to be very, very careful with how you phrase things. And you also need to be aware of their emotional state, because once the emotional dysregulation sets in, like it's going to get really bad. But it depends on what your goal is with that conversation and it depends on what the goal is with the conversation, what you're talking about. And then publicly, I won't have debates with people. I've lost friends having debates with people that have traumas or triggers around things, because even if I am being kind of sensitive, which I'm not the best at that, but even if I am being kind of sensitive, the fan bases won't be afterwards. So even if I'm kind of being okay, like I've got however many hundreds of thousands or millions of fans, they're going to start like attacking them, or they're going to be saying things, and it's just going to be horrible. So yeah.
Okay, I asked both because, like, in personal debates, you know, a lot of people have family debates over Thanksgiving. could encounter personal trauma more likely on the internet, and also in our current political scene, trauma have become, I would argue, a currency, and there's a lot of organizations that want traumatized people to testify in courts. So the people are in the public space right now, and it's a very nuanced topic that I'm not quite sure how to deal with. Thank you.
Sure. I mean, what you said was true. I mean, if you want to be like really disgusting about it, trauma is a currency. I mean, have more currency. There is I don't suggest doing this. Don't ever do this. It's immoral and unethical. But I was having a debate with a woman once. I think this was like 4 or 5 years ago. And I realized that every single topic that I brought up, she had like a personal story about why I was wrong. And I realized like 30 minutes in, I'm like, this is a waste of my time, right? And I got her to agree with me completely by the end, because I muted my mic for a second. I told my audience, I'm just gonna start making shit up and we'll see what happens. And I was trying to convince her that women can do decently in STEM fields because they've been excelling in all these fields. And her go-to was like, when I was a kid, like me and my brother got all the same chemistry kits, and I didn't understand any of them. And I went to an all-boys high school, right? I made up a story that, well, there were 2 girls in my high school class who their parents told them that they weren't allowed to do science, but they would sneak with us after class, and they would play with, chemistry kits and stuff. And they actually went on to become, they both got into these like really good tech schools for science. And after that, she was like, wow, that's really interesting. I never considered that. Like, maybe girls can do it. And I was like, okay. So I don't know, but I mean, I wouldn't suggest that. You should ignore all that. But yeah, trauma is a currency. If you have your own personal traumatic stake in something, it can be valid to bring that up, even in a non-like dirty way. But yeah, I would caution against that, because obviously you're going to get into, people are going to start killing each other if you start like trauma competing, depending on what you're trauma competing over. Yeah.
Hey Stephen, I've been watching your debates for a while now, and I was very curious, out of any of your recent debates, so like in the past few years, are there any that you felt was exceptionally successful in planting seeds of doubt, as you said, in your opponent's mind or even your mind?
Oh man, you're challenging the problem is that the last year has been the worst. It's been a good year for growth, but the lion's share of the last like year and a half of my content has been like red pill conversations, which has been the most horrifyingly, disgustingly horrible, types of things ever. I would say that for most of these conversations, I've gotten a surprising amount of people that have reached out to me that have kind of said like, oh, like I used to think that this or that, but you showed me this, or I didn't know that people could be okay with this, and you showed me that. So I would say through a lot of the red pill stuff, I've gotten a lot of people that have like personally messaged me that have kind of like, they feel like they've moderated a lot of their views on things. Not a single opinion that I've ever had has ever been changed in that space. Holy Christ. So yeah, that's not as good to point out there. More recently, as I've gotten away from that space, the past month has basically been all Israel-Palestine stuff, and I started off on that pretty neutral-ish, and then now I've done a lot of reading there, and I haven't ran into people that have changed my mind on that yet, but I think I've got a couple scholars lined up, so we'll see how that goes when they come on to argue, but yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you.
As you said, you should try not to engage with a debate if you are emotionally unstable. But what if you don't do your prep work, sleep before, and you end up engaging in that conversation and realize you're becoming
I need to select my items now. Ugh. Fuck it. Let's do this. Okay, okay. Not bad. Let's go, and Fear's going off.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer. As I only
Oh, I need to level up. I don't need any one cost. I need to level up. I don't know why I'm still rolling. What the fuck am I doing? No, Shen. Stay alive. Okay, not bad. That was huge. The Fury is just so good. I don't even know what I'm looking for right now. I guess I really need Azir items, to be honest. Well, those are my Azir items. I've sent this out in Fury. Oh, fuck.
Emotionally unstable. What do you think is the best action to back out the debate so you don't end up saying like, oh, he's a Weasley little liar, dude, in front of your whole audience and embarrassing yourself?
Well, I mean, can't you just like leave? Can't you just like, I shouldn't have this conversation right now, or what are you looking for?
I mean, what if they are on like in the middle of their talking point and you need to wrap stuff up before in like a professional manner?
I don't know. What is like the context, or what is like the scenario? Like if you're talking with people, can you just like listen? Like, I'm sorry, like reschedule, I guess, if you want, or if your girl say your period started, I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't know. If you're a guy say you have diarrhea, I don't know what. Yeah, what is the? Why can't you just like say like, oh, I need to leave, I can't do this conversation? So are you trying to like save face, or?
Yeah, like if you were in a position like you have a Ben Shapiro debate coming up, and that's kind of a high-profile type of debate where you kind of don't want to leave in like a position that makes you look bad and kind of mitigates your points that you're making. How could you pull out without throwing away your talking points?
I mean, I don't know if you could. I mean, like with the debate with Ben Shapiro, that's like a scheduled debate that I know is coming up. Like if I don't do the prep work on it, then I mean that's just on me. I fail. Like, yeah, okay. Yeah. If it's something scheduled, I mean, you should prepare for it, I guess. Yeah, that's all I would say. I mean, if you've messed up and you're in an area where you can't, I mean, you guys are all college students. I'm sure everyone here has bullshitted their way through an essay where you didn't know the answer to the topic. Well, I mean, what do? You write every single thing you know, and you hope the professor gives you credit for the answer. I don't know if people still do that, but I don't know. Yeah, if you don't prepare, you mess up. Then sometimes, actually, here's what I will say. Actually, if you can admit that you're wrong about something, or if you can say, listen, you know what, like. I haven't prepared enough, and I think you sound like you know more than me on this. People actually do see that, and people actually will give you a lot of credit for that. One thing that I noticed, this is like a people skill thing. This might be a Dale Carnegie thing. It is very, very, very hard to be nice to or to be mean to somebody that's being cordial and polite. So like, if you disengage from a conversation, you're like, listen, you clearly know more than me about this. I don't think I agree with you, but I need to do more research, so maybe we can reschedule this. If the guy starts like insulting you after that, he's gonna look crazy to everybody. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe that's, when all else fails, be nice, I guess, yeah.
Thank you.
That sounds weird coming from me, but yeah.
I think we've got time for one more brief question.
Sure, yeah.
It's not a brief question. I have no question, actually. It was interesting. I just want to challenge you because we have on stage two debate champions, and it's a little bit like you're talking about soccer or football, but we'd like to see a little bit of the real sport. And I'm happy to propose a topic, or Amanda could, but why don't you raise your hand if you want to see a little debate? See?
I don't know if we have the room for that long, but...
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not going to happen. So it doesn't hurt to ask. So yeah, the good news is if you would like to see him debate people, he does this on a very regular basis in a very publicly accessible way. So, but part of what we wanted to do is actually to give him a chance to do something a little bit different. I mean, you spend a lot of time actually doing your craft, and it's kind of fun to give you a chance to talk about how you think about it, how you approach it. And I also just want to say, like, as I look around the room here, I see a number of my current and former students in the audience, and they may have figured out, actually, this debate background that is part of my autobiography is part of the reason I keep giving you papers and assignments and exams where the main question I ask is how well can you present the opposing argument before you respond to it. It's precisely from having spent years doing exactly the sort of thing you're talking about, where I would come up with an argument that I think, what's the best counter argument to that? And what's the best counter? And you really do, if you really want to be good, you've got to be able to go 3 and 4 levels deep.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, and have already made adjustments that, you know, oftentimes other people never even notice, but are small, subtle things in your position that's only there if you actually get to somebody who knows how to get to the 3rd level or the 4th level down.
Exactly, yeah.
So, so all of that is to say, whatever your partisan positions may be, I mean, I think there's a lot we can learn from kind of the self-reflection and really trying to engage with the best version of others' arguments. So thank you for coming, and thanks to our audience.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Wow, Fury just destroyed their whole team. Pocket. Oh, this guy's way stronger than me. What the fuck?
Israel has like watchdog group that operate out of Jerusalem, and is it democracy where you vote for people? How is that fascism?
Fascist regime is liberal democracy or progressive democracy.
Yeah, in the future, if you're going to say they're fascist, and your definition of fascism includes liberal democracy, which is contradictory to almost every single person on the planet's understanding of what fascism means, just say that. Just say, oh,
Hold on.
everything you said was a lie.
This is ridiculous. Like, go look at the vote that happened in the Senate.
All right.
4% of senators, only 4% of senators voted for a ceasefire. Meanwhile, 66% of the American population voted for a ceasefire, including 80% of Democrats and 50% of Republicans.
Sorry,
guys,
I
let's
don't
get
think
more
that many
speakers
people
up in
voted
here.
for ceasefire.
Did you say AIPAC is the biggest lobbying group in America?
One of the biggest, yes.
Yeah, oh yeah, not the biggest. That's just yeah.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say it's the biggest.
Okay. I was just wondering. Okay. It's not like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is the biggest lobby in the United States that is lobbying for a foreign country. Now, contradict me on that if you can.
Wait, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
How many fascist dictatorships have existed that are democracies?
And your point is?
Well, I'm just curious what the definition we're using for fascism is when Israel has like watchdog groups like B'Tselem that operate out of Jerusalem, and is it democracy where you vote for people? How is that fascism?
It's not democracy. Israel is not a democracy. That's coming from an Israeli, by the way.
Okay,
Wait,
what is your
but
definition of democracy?
You probably know about Bibi, right? And you probably know he's rigged a lot of elections and he's extremely corrupt. You probably
Rigged
know that,
a lot
right?
of elections. First of all, even if you're talking about rigging elections or corruption, these are two things that are not fascist. If you had a fascist government, you wouldn't have to rig anything or be corrupt. You would just control everything, right?
I mean,
That's what I was saying earlier.
No, wait. That's you can do both. You can put on the facade of a democracy and still be fascist. And that's what's happening is Israel has enough funds to be able to put on this facade to the Western world.
Hold on, we're not talking about a facade. Hold on, we're not talking about a facade to the Western world. We're just talking about the country of Israel. So you're telling me the Knesset, all the elections, every single thing in all of Israel, that's all faked?
Listen, he said it very clear. You can still have a fascist government that plays a front of being a democratic state. You can be both. You can be both at the same time.
What makes it fascist?
I'll tell you what makes it fascist. What makes it fascist is that all the options you have to elect are all basically genocidal. One is more extreme than the other, but the one that's less extreme is still very extreme. And so no matter who you're going to elect, you're going to have a genocidal agenda that systematically displaces and kills Palestinians. Whether you elect Bennett or elect someone for the far right or elect Netanyahu, the Likud party, or even go a little bit left.
Okay, that's cool, but like, even if what you're saying is true, that's not fascism, right? Even if I could elect between 5 people and all 5 are genocidal, that just means you've got 5
Okay, so
genocidal
you're
leaders.
saying because they have democratic elections that they're not fascist.
That's a pretty big part of fascism is the sense.
But you understand fascism is an ideology, right? It's not a regime.
Wait a second. There's a Jew by the name of Oral Kolnai, and I'll spell it for you. A-U-R-R-E-L.
You don't need to spell it for me. I don't care. Just tell me what he says. Yeah.
Okay, what he actually argues is that there are 3 types of fascist regime.
Go on.
Obviously.
Sorry, but you're cutting off. Go ahead.
Number 3, he said, the number 3, basically, fascist regime, he said, is liberal democracy or progressive democracy. And he says it's the most dangerous type of fascism.
Okay,
you know
but
what?
now in the future...
Look at his paper called The 3 Riders of Apocalypse.
That's okay. I'm never reading a paper by somebody that calls liberal democracy fascist. But if you're going to say that a liberal democracy is fascist in the future,
he's a Jew. He's a Hungarian Jew.
Can I just finish a sentence?
Yeah, finish it. Go.
Yeah. Guys, let's not cut each other off. Let Destiny speak, and then Zeus, you can respond.
Yeah, in the future, if you're going to say they're fascist, and your definition of fascism includes liberal democracy, which is contradictory to almost every single person on the planet's understanding of what fascism means, just say that. Just say, oh.
Hold on, guys. Please. No, here's the thing, okay, Destiny. Fascism is an ideology, okay? It's not necessarily a form of government. Fascism is a political ideology. It's not a form of government.
Well, it's an ideology. It's an ideology.
I don't understand. Is it?
What are we arguing? Are we arguing which government is better, the fascist Israeli government,
No,
or
we're
the
trying to
horrible Hamas government? Like, what are you arguing between?
Why the Israeli government is considered a fascist government to them? Why?
Well,
or,
it's,
like,
it's
what is,
okay.
We're trying to figure out their.
Would you agree with me that it's a totalitarian government? Would you agree that it's?
Wait, how about, like, instead of getting into these autistic arguments over the style of government, why not just criticize the actions of the government directly? For instance, if we're mad about settlements in the West Bank, why don't we say, like, settlements in the West Bank should be withdrawn? If we're mad about the blockade in Gaza, why not just say that the blockade in Gaza should end? Why do this weird, like, debate over, like, are they fascist or not? Like, it's so stupid.
They are.
It gets away from all
Because what we're trying to say is not that the settlement should end, or that the West Bank or whatever, or what's going on. We want Israel to end.
Yeah, you don't want Israel anymore. You want Israel destroyed. That's your position. Yeah, that is your position. So,
Okay, whoever that is spewing that racist rhetoric, please get out of here. Okay, nobody wants the end of Israel. That's not what we're talking about. Please f off. Thank you. Like, I don't know where you got your news from. Have you read? Hold on. Have you read the most recent 2017 Hamas charter or no? The
I don't
person
read
who said that.
anything.
Okay, so then shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ.
What is the inherent need to call the Israeli government fascist though? It's just under no.
I'm just basing it on the definition. I'm basing it on the definition of fascism. It's just
Wait, no, you're
terminology.
not. You're using an esoteric definition by some writer that nobody's heard of, in a paper that nobody's read or nobody cares about.
Because because clearly, no matter what the state of Israel does, it seems like there's no way of holding them accountable.
That's not
Then
what
talk about that.
Hold on. Go look up.
There are liberal democracies. Hold on. The United States is a liberal democracy, and guess what? It's really hard to hold the United States accountable. That doesn't make the United States fascist. Just say it's hard to hold them accountable.
It makes them totalitarian.
No, it doesn't. Totalitarian implies single-party rule. What do you mean, totalitarian?
not totalitarian.
Or top-down control of every single thing in the country. There are literally watchdog groups that exist and operate in Israel. Like, a totalitarian country wouldn't allow that. It doesn't make any sense.
It actually does, because according to its dominant signature, its characteristic edge, the mechanism of its march and appetite of its idols, progressive democracy is a, totalitarian.
Okay, what
seeing that it has seared the rest. But look, the thing is that materially, you there? Wait a second. The thing is that materially, it contains and shelters, as it has devalued and impoverished, yes, so far guarded against utter peril and extinction, the traditions of civilization and fragments of liberty, basically the shreds of morality and cells of Christian tissue. Which is,
Bro, it sounds like you're reading like a codec call from Metal Gear Solid 4. What are we talking about? I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about right now.
I'm trying to explain to you, if you could let me, why it's a totalitarian system. Didn't you ask that question?
No, hold on, no. I would never ask you that question, because it sounds like you're just quoting shit off of papers that nobody's read or cares about. Like, fascism is pretty well understood to be some form of, like, ultranationalist, authoritarian, totalitarian regime where you've got a vertical control over every aspect of the state, and where you've got a single-party rule. This idea that, like, liberal democracy can be fascist, you're using some definition no one cares about. And not only does nobody care about it, you're not even, like, making good criticism of Israel. There's good criticisms being made. The fact that it's a liberal democracy is not one of them. It's, like, the dumbest point to argue. Why would you even waste time on this?
No, okay, so here's the thing, right? Yes, they are technically a democracy. That's their form of government. When I'm referring to fascism, I'm referring to the ideology of fascism. That's what I'm referring to. Right? Everything they do, their actions are conformed. Their actions are conformed with other fascist governments that have existed before, including Mussolini and Hitler.
Okay,
yeah, everybody's had fascists. In Nazi Germany, they had public services too. Like, who the fuck cares? Just criticize the actions. Why are you so obsessed with drawing the parallels? It makes it feel like you don't have an actual argument.
No, that's what I was initially calling it a fascist state, and someone said it's not a fascist state, and that's why everything devolved.
Yeah, and now you guys have wasted 20 minutes arguing whether they're a fascist state or not, instead of arguing whether or not the settlements in the West Bank are justified, or arguing whether or not the retribution of the Gaza Strip is justified. You're sitting here arguing over fucking whether it's a fascist state. Who cares?
How about a criminal state?
The whole thing is an apartheid regime, right? The whole thing needs to be dismantled.
Well, that's something that we can disagree on, because I don't really think it fits the bill of apartheid. Like, you might be getting close to it. Maybe we need to come up with like another word.
Bro, I don't know what planet you live on. It does not fit the bill of apartheid. Like, seriously, bro.
No, well, I mean, I don't think that there are like laws being written into.
Wait, hold on. Okay, just so you know, like almost every NGO and every mainstream nonprofit agrees that Israel is an apartheid regime. including Amnesty International. So I don't think we have to argue about that. I think anyone with a base level of knowledge about what's happening there and has been happening there, especially the past 17 years with the blockade on Gaza, it's very easy to just let's not argue about that because you're just wrong.
Okay, well, hang on. Maybe we just have different working definitions.
But why was there a blockade of Gaza?
I mean, Brother Sharif.
Sorry, I accidentally muted everybody. It's my bad. Unmute yourselves.
Okay.
Don't expect Israeli apologists to agree with that. To agree with Amnesty International and other organizations that call Israel a criminal apartheid state.
The vast majority of NGOs and the nonprofits all agree that Israel is an apartheid regime. So you can go and argue with them if you want.
All right, let's hear some Israeli apologists.
Today in 2023 would be accepting an apartheid regime as a legitimate country, which we cannot accept because it's 2023. Come on, guys.
Okay, how do you solve the apartheid?
How do you solve it? I can answer that. I can answer that. Get rid of the blockade in Gaza. Get the 600,000 illegal settlers from the West Bank out of there. Stop doing nightly check-ins where you go in and you disrupt the family and beat up the father and tie him up. Stop all the human rights atrocities that are happening to the people in Gaza and the West Bank. Give them civil rights. Give them autonomy. Give them their own borders. Let's go back to the 1967 borders delegated by the UN. That's where we start. We end the occupation. We start treating them like human beings, and we stop occupying them. That's the real solution. That's what the UN voted for several times.
Okay, cool. So you're in favor. You said you're in favor of a two-state solution, then?
I think I have a better solution, but the most
wait, hold on.
One,
I heard 67 borders. Doesn't that mean two-state solution?
Actually, a two-state solution with an armed Palestinian state that could work, but they have to be as armed as Israel is.
Why don't we go back to the 67 borders when Jordan owned the West Bank and Egypt owned the Gaza Strip?